back? Would you have wings up in heaven to fly and starve here with rags on your back? There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land when it comes to your union land. If you've had enough of the blood of the lamb, then join in the grand industrial band. If for a change you would have eggs and ham, come do your share like a man. There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land for industrial union band. Well, if you like sluggers to beat off your head, then don't organize or unions despise. If you are nothing before you are dead, shake hands with your boss and look wise. There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land for an industrial union band. Oh, come, O ye workers from every land, join in the grand industrial band. Then we our share of this earth shall demand. Come do your part like a man. There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land, one industrial union land. Would you take contently what's put in your hand, less than you've earned with one leg to stand? Would you believe what they tell you to be, or with brothers go out and see? There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule every land, one industrial union band. There is power in those band working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land, one industrial union band. One industrial union band. One industrial union band.
When the union's inspiration through the workers' blood shall run, there can be no power greater anywhere beneath the sun. Yet what force on earth is weaker than the feeble strength of one? But the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. Is there aught we hold in common with the greedy parasite, who would lash us into serfdom and would crush us with his might? Is there anything left to us but to organize and fight? For the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong.
They say our day is over, they say our time is through. They say you need no union if your collar isn't blue. Well, that is just another lie the boss is telling you, for the union makes us strong.
Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. They divide us by our color, they divide us by our tongue. They divide us men and women, they divide us old and young. But they'll tremble at our voices when they hear these verses sung. For the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. forever, for the Union makes us strong. They have taken untold millions that they never toiled to earn, but without our brain and muscle, not a single wheel can turn. We can break their haughty power, gain our freedom when we learn that the Union makes us strong. Solidarity forever, solidarity forever, solidarity forever, for the Union makes us strong. In our hands is placed a power greater than their hoarded gold, greater than the might of armies magnified 1,000-fold. We can bring to birth a new world from the ashes of the old, for the Union makes us strong. Solidarity forever, solidarity forever, solidarity forever, for the Union makes us strong. Solidarity forever, solidarity forever, solidarity forever, for the Union makes us strong.
When the people's will is swayed by a con man's cheap charade, despite the crass misogyny and blatant hypocrisy, when the fascist voices swell, we hear echoes of the past. They vilify the immigrants, the leftists and outcasts, when the opposition croaks and the people just don't vote for the same old tired rhetoric of neoliberal politics. We must organize the fight for our universal rights, for democracy and empathy to permeate this life. For it's not the immigrant who labors for some bread, who's making us toil till we drop dead. No, it's not minorities or peer-reviewed authorities, or queer folks and trans folks, or a multitude of deities. I say, all are your comrades and none are your enemies, in the momentous fight against all bourgeois priorities. Freedom is not those traditional values crafted from bigotry and classist realities. Freedom is freedom to move and disobey, to rely on one another to keep would-be kings at bay. Say none of us can stand alone against their power. We must stand together and make them cower. For the laws of this land have us used and abused, owned and subordinate to our patriarchal roots. I say it's high time we reinvent this whole operation to make mutual benefit our sole occupation. Because freedom is freedom to move and disobey, to rely on one another to keep would-be kings at bay. Say none of us can stand alone against their power. We must stand together and make them cower. Here we go. Yes, freedom is freedom to move and disobey, to rely on one another to keep would-be kings at bay. Say none of us can stand alone against their power. Rise, proletariat, and make them cower.
Hello, 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 everyone. How we doing? How we doing, folks? How we doing? Hello, Ashley J. Curtis. Hello, Salmon Moose. Cower and shudder. Cringe from the sun. How we doing? We're doing? Hell yeah, Travenoid. Hello, Punky Gal. Hello, King Kerplunk. Hello, RPG Lilac. Hello, Jay. Hello, Failsafe. Hello, John Bogardus. Hello, Nyan Rat. Hello, Darth Gently. Hello, Anissa Worthy. Hello, John Bogardus. You got 2 out of me today. Let's see. Hello, Faith Faulkner. Hello, Pirate Amir. Hello, Charlie Jinmir. Hello, Hammock. Hello, Odd Spectre and Hammock. Oh, mommy. That's for you. Hello, Blueberry Bumblebee. Hello, Burning Bush Dragon. Hello, Danger Days. Hello, Kraken Pill. Hello, Ashley J. Curtis again. This time reading in YouTube chat. Hello, Firecrafted Gaming. Hello, Monsi Records. Thought the good news machine was broken? Ha ha ha! Don't you get ahead of yourself now. Can you awooga? Awooga! Hello, Comrade Girl. Hello, Archangel.cob. Hello, Lena Marvin. Hello. Aw, it's okay, Salmon Moose. You have a soundboard thing.
How can we all have died at the same time?
Hello, the Moon Witch. Hello, Trains and Bullshit. Hello, Nine-Tailed Witch. Hello, Penny Auntie. Hello, Snooligan. Hello, Electra. Hello, Mr. Miyagi. Hello, Priscilla. Hello. You've been super getting into local politics and it's exhausting. It is indeed, but it is rewarding, I promise. Thank you for directing your efforts that way. It's hard work, but it makes a huge difference. Hello, Affirmation Man. Hello, Crochet Whimsy. Hello, Salty Turtle Cupcake. And hello, Little Morphine Annie. And yes, it is good to see my stream today. I agree. How we doing? How we feeling, folks? OMG, love the blue. Yeah, trying something out. I'm trying to reduce the amount of flickering that happens up here in this corner, which is my camera trying to make sense of like the colors going on in the space. It's very difficult. Hello, Sweet Myths Music. How you doing? Because of Trump, I lost my job offer at TSA. Fuck, I'm sorry to hear that, Pirate Amir. Yeah, here you go, Charlie. That should have Nightbot drop a link. Sometimes Nightbot's a little bit slow. There it goes. I mean, what is very likely the process of firing someone who I had a lot of hope for, so rather shitty. I'm sorry. Are the lights new? No, I've had the lights for a while. They might be popping a little bit more than usual. Because I fiddled with their settings. You got a date? Hell yeah. Okay. Gonna finish eating these jelly beans. And then we begin. Ooh, solo motorcycle camping trip? That's so fun. Jelly beans, nom nom
Jelly
nom.
beans, nom 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 nom.
By the way, the best jelly beans are the Welch's jelly beans that they release around Easter. They're so goddamn good. What's their flavor? They're like Welch's fruit snack flavor. They're made with like fruit concentrate. And they're really, really good. Whew. Never seen those before in my life, and I want. They're good. They're good. There's some good shit. There was a kid at school called Jillian. She liked jelly beans, ate them daily, so she got called Jelly Bean. That's really cute. That's a cute name, though. I hope it wasn't done in a teasing way. All right, folks. We have to dive in because we got big news today. You know, like oddly enough, I'm feeling very calm. I'm feeling relatively hopeful. But we're officially like we've thrown ourselves from the precipice, and it's time to see if we've got wings or not. You know, like that's kind of the scenario we're in when it comes to the Supreme Court. So let's dive into it, huh? Let's start a segment. So, folks, the day has come. We have finally the moment to see if the rubber hits the road and what happens when that happens. You know, like for a long time I've been saying what's going to be really interesting is when these court cases get to the Supreme Court and the Supreme Court rules on them against Trump. That's when the interesting stuff starts happening, because the entire journey we've been on for the last 2 months, a little bit extra, has been to see, you know, who's going to actually enforce these court orders. Because it seems to be that the process that happens is that, you know, the Trump administration moves, fires tens of thousands of workers, freezes funding unilaterally, things that they can't do, and legally speaking. And after that's done, the court steps in and says, hey, you can't do that. You better stop. And then the Trump administration has said, no, and kept doing the thing. And then the courts again go, you need to stop for real this time. And the Trump administration goes, no. And now that process has gone all the way up to the Supreme Court. And for specifically the case around U.S. aid. And last week, on Friday, Chief Justice John Roberts of the Supreme Court issued a temporary stay on those proceedings, freezing up $2 billion in the process throughout this stay. And what has wound up happening is that the court this week has been discussing the case, and today they voted on it. And they voted 5-4 against the Trump administration. So only just. But only just is enough when it comes to the Supreme Court of the United States. And the Supreme Court of the United States, highest court in the land, has ordered the Trump administration to release more than $1.5 billion that was appropriated for U.S. aid by Congress. Because again, Congress has the constitutional power of the purse. That's how our system is set up. And now we have to see what happens. Does the Trump administration comply? That's going to be the big question over the next several days? Do they do that? Because if they don't, well, then we're in a big crisis. We're already in like this mounting crisis, but like then the crisis kind of comes to a head, you know? And on top of that, uh if they don't comply, we need to figure out who's going to try to force them to comply. Will it be the military? Will it be DC police? Like, how would that even begin to work? And yes, even if they comply, how much damage has already been done? And, the answer is quite a bit. Like, the amount of damage that has been done is catastrophic. Like, you can't unrot the food, that's been sitting in warehouses deteriorating, that was meant for starving children. You can't unrot that. In a lot of cases, like freezing up those supply chains for a couple of weeks destroys the food that you're trying to ship. It's really, the medicine goes bad. Hundreds of thousands of children are already like on the verge of death, and this type of unfreezing bullshit very well could kill hundreds of thousands of children. That's not a hyperbole there. Okay? So yeah. Let's see here. The court's brief order was unsigned, typical when the justices act on emergency applications. It said only that the trial judge who had ordered the government to resume payments should clarify what obligations the government must fulfill. But the ruling represented one of the court's first moves in response to a flurry of litigation filed in response to Mr. Trump's efforts to slash government spending. The vote was 5-4 with Chief Justice John Roberts and Justice Amy Coney Barrett joining the 3 liberal members to form a majority, which honestly, that could be like kind of with Amy Coney Barrett shifting with Gorsuch and, kind of like a weapons triangle between Roberts, Barrett, and Gorsuch. That could kind of be what prevents a lot of these orders from going through. But like, oh boy, yeah, it's not great. Not a good situation to be in. Yeah, and of course Samuel Alito penned the dissenting opinion. Does a single district court judge who likely lacks jurisdiction have the unchecked power to compel the government of the United States to pay out and probably lose forever $2 billion taxpayer dollars? And the answer to that is yes, actually. That is what a federal judge is supposed to be able to do, actually. That's their role in our entire system. He knows that. Alito is just a little fascist. He is I would say he's like one of the ringleaders of the fasci wing of the Supreme Court. God. The reference to the passing deadline, let's see, wait. It noted that the deadline for complying with the lower court's order requiring the disbursement of the funds had passed and that litigation would continue to make its way through the courts. For now, it concluded only the lower court should clarify its previous order with due regard for the feasibility of any compliance timelines. The reference to the passing deadline could be read to mean that the government has no immediate obligations until the trial judge takes further action. The instructions to the judge to clarify what the government must do, taking account of feasibility, suggested the case may well return to the Supreme Court. So, it's interesting because while this could be a case of kicking the can down the road, it does represent the fact that Supreme Court of the United States is not as fully compromised by fascists as a lot of people, especially in the ongoing fascist coup of America, were really banking on, Don't things have to go through the lower courts first? Yes. However, the point of the temporary injunction that evolved into a preliminary injunction and then the ongoing ignoring of that escalated it to the Supreme Court of the United States. So usually it has to go through the proper channels to make its way up to the Supreme Court. However, in this particular case, the Supreme Court is saying that injunction stands. The government cannot freeze that money, and it has to be dispersed. It has to be it has to be spent, in other words. So yeah. Well, and the thing is, Faith Faulkner in YouTube chat, a lot of these rich billionaires think that they own the justices, and in some ways they're right. But these justices all have very different visions of what the country should be, and only a couple of them are aligned on the whole fascism thing. The rest are, kind of Christian nationalists or, pro-business Republicans of the older school variety, and they're not on board with the fascism. They didn't get the memo. And that's interesting. It could be like the thing that potentially makes the difference. So that's kind of where we're at. Now, again, to really reiterate to you folks, we don't know if they're going to comply yet. So what this court order does is it kicks it down to the lower court, and now the lower court judge has to go through and figure out which things need to be funded and effectively act as like a bookkeeper for almost $2 billion. And that's a lot of that's a lot of work. Okay? That is a lot of work. So what ends up happening is that is going to slow things down. Hopefully like that judge has a big staff and can work through this relatively quickly in order to free up these funds, because every single hour that passes, more children and vulnerable people die as a result of that aid being withheld. And on top of that, it remains to be seen when that lower court judge, finalizes all of this and puts it out there and tells the government, you have X amount of time to pay this, XYZ. It remains to be seen whether the government will actually comply with that. And that compliance is really key. So it could be like another week or two until we see, where this particular thread winds up going. But this is kind of like the vanguard in the court cases that are rapidly approaching SCOTUS. And so, like, even if this is a maneuver to kick the can down the road for SCOTUS, it doesn't actually kick the can that far down the road, because they're going to have to rule on, a dozen more cases within the next week or so. Like there's something like 100 lawsuits filed against the US government now over the past like month and a half. It's insane. And, Gamerg, it remains to be seen. This is just the first case going up in front of them, but I mean, some of the dissent here is kind of shows how upset the fasci wing of the court is. The government, Justice Alito wrote in a slashing 8-page dissent, must apparently pay the $2 billion post haste, because also apparently Justice Alito is a time traveler from 1820s. post haste, not because the law requires it, but simply because a district judge so ordered. And just to be incredibly clear, the law does dictate that the government has to spend money. Congress appropriates the funds, and then the federal branch has a duty to disperse those funds, to spend that money. That's the duty of the executive. And the duty that duty cannot in fact be to turn its nose up at the funds appropriated by Congress and not spend them. That is not in fact one of the things that the federal branch of government can do. And Alito knows that. He just is a slimy weasel who's in the pocket of big business fascists and doesn't give a shit. You know, I believe Alito's wife is the one that's like constantly like waving weird hyper conservative, hyper nationalist flags at his residence. You know, like him and Jenny Thomas, they're or the two of them are insane, you know? Yeah, Alito and Thomas are kind of the fasci wing. And Gorsuch, Amy Coney Barrett, and Roberts are kind of the wild cards in the mix. Yeah. So I don't know. I think this is a big deal. And it's not going to be one of those things that is immediately apparent that it is a big deal. However, it is incredibly good to see that Donald Trump's first challenge in front of the Supreme Court was not immediately rubber stamped by the courts. A lot of people assumed that would be what it is in order for the court to try and maintain the veneer of its power, if not the actual substance of it. And yeah, I'm pleasantly surprised by this. Is it still the cool zone, or is it getting a bit hot in the cool zone? I would say it's still the cool zone. You know, like I think if they get like these cuts to Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security passed, and snuck through by hook or by crook, I think that gets us closer to a hot cool zone. But yeah, I think in general we just don't have a resolution to the ever escalating tension that is, will the presidency acknowledge the judgments of the Supreme Court? until they stop with the blatantly unconstitutional fuckery that they're doing, we're still very much in the cool zone. My dude, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, raiders. Make yourselves comfortable. Yeah, legacy and the desire for it really does shape a lot of justices' decision making as well. They're the kinds of people who are constantly surrounded by the history of the Supreme Court justices who came before them, and they want to be able to leave like a legacy that isn't, last Supreme Court justice. They don't want to be the last ones. They don't want to be known as the justices that gave up democracy. It's not really a cool thing to be labeled. So yeah, we've got that going on. That's a whole bag of worms, and it is frustrating not to have a resolution, but at the same time, it is encouraging. Like, this is an encouraging sign. And it's another reason why people need to keep organizing and to keep protesting. We need to continue growing our protest movements, whether you're protesting outside of a Tesla dealership with Tesla Takedown, or protesting via Indivisible, or joining your local DSA and coordinating local protests via their channels, or joining your local Democrats and radicalizing them. Like, now is the time for us to get involved. And I floated an idea the other day. If you can't do any of those things because you just can't, weaponize your snarky shit posting abilities. I see you guys using them in our community all the time. Use those abilities instead for good. Shit post on Twitter at Elon Musk. Shit post on like just keep shit posting. Do it. It gets under their skin. JD Vance yesterday was attacking an internet user called Jeff Computers. Like, oh my god, get under their skin. Do it. The angrier they get, the more mistakes they will make, and the more time you make them waste. And make no mistake, when you are shitposting at these public figures, they waste their time with you. That's time that they're taking away from ruining our country. Do it. Do it. Press their buttons. Shit post for good. Be a virtuous shit poster, okay? Get out there. But do something. If it organize, and if you're gonna shit post, don't let it just be like 1 or 2 times a day. Like make it a thing. Make it a thing you do. And not only that, get out there and make organizing a thing you do. Make DSA a thing you do. Make your local Dems a thing you do. Okay, you can pour time and effort into these groups, and it pays off. I promise you. Yeah, make those AI videos of Trump telling the truth. Have just AI videos of Elon Musk dead staring into the camera, dead-eyed, describing the things he's done to women. Just you guys can do so much better than where we're at. All right. Anyway, I believe in you guys, but we need to keep organizing and keep doing. Keep getting people radicalized. Keep talking about this, because they are trying to steal your future. They're trying to kill your grandma. They're trying to kick as many people off of Social Security, as many people off of Medicaid as they can. And they aren't going to stop because you're special.
The Schumer, my senator, interview today made me feel like organizing inside the party pales to organizing outside the party.
Oh, no. Don't get me wrong, Sake Tanuki, and thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. I just think that if you organize outside the party, you can, on a local level, you can also organize inside the party in a more radical fashion, because you bring more radical people into those local Democratic meetings, and thereby radicalize the Dem base in the place where the Democrats can afford least to ignore more radical elements. You organize people to seize control of those democratic apparatuses within the DNC. And I'm not saying that it's going to be easy, but I am saying that we need to do it, because this is the main power structure available to us. And we need to take it over. We need to pirate it, Did you hear about Montana's HB 446 that removes the intent requirement for indecent exposure, but only for trans people? Oh man, I mean, that's because if they removed it for cis people too, every single member of the Montana House who's a man would be instantly illegal. It's crazy. It's probably not going to pass in Montana, but they're testing the waters to try to make trans people explicitly illegal. That is what they are doing. And that has been for a while now why I've been encouraging people to try and move out of red states if they are, going to be targeted by these laws. Because they're real. It's a real threat. you know? So, anyway, if you need help getting out of a red state, our community has some people who've stepped up to help folks move. But again, limitations, informal. But if you need to find someone who could help you, join our Discord, and we have some relevant sections of the Discord for you to check out. So, with that,
Did you
I'll
hear
leave it
about
there.
Texas HB 3817? It would establish the felony offense of gender identity fraud and give offenders mandatory jail sentences.
Yep. Similarly, that's another bill that probably isn't going to pass. But again, they're testing the waters and trying to message to their base that this is what they want to try to do, you know?
The interview was so painful. It made the "I'm a progressive" claims from HRC seem reasonable.
Oh yeah, like the thing is, the Democratic Party has really made me realize that like Nancy Pelosi was the competent one, and that's scary. Like Chuck Schumer is miserably bad at this. At this whole Democratic leadership thing. Hakeem Jeffries miserably bad about this. And like oh my god. You know, so many of them are just absolutely immune to the call of the moment. It's insane. It's insane. We will expand on that, but for now, let's end the segment. I appreciate you guys, and it's not enough to know the right thing anymore. It's not enough to just know correct information. You have to act on it. So get out there and organize, organize, organize. Dems are going to play possum. I don't think that is set in stone yet. I think some Dems are going to play possum, and some Dems are going to lick the boot. But similarly, some Dems are going to fight, and they're going to be the ones that I think are going to carry the party's torch forward. Also, Sake Tanuki, thank you for the gifted the 5 tier 1 subs. I really fucking appreciate it. And folks, we've been going for almost an hour now. If you've been enjoying the show, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button. Hitting the like button, very important on the live stream on YouTube. And consider dropping those subs, those donos, those memberships, those super chats. Because you know what, guys? I'm looking over at the YouTube channel. I'm looking over there, and I see that we have 340 people watching right now. We have 74 likes. And frankly, that's not enough likes. That's a pauper's grave of likes. Okay, we need a trove of likes fit for a king's burial mound. Okay, you know, the kind that you need to booby trap in order to keep grave robbers away from. We need that number of likes. That's a 200 likes. You know, we'll say fit for a dragon's horde. Now we're cooking. Yo, Amber Brains. Yes, one of the things that people need to understand is that pressuring Democrats works in part because you can also reward them for good behavior by telling them, hey, I care enough about this issue that I'm going to call you a second time after you voted on it and tell you did a good job if you actually listen to our entreaties. You know, I know it might surprise you. They also have monkey brain. Okay. Much like we all have monkey brain, our sitting legislators also have monkey brain, and monkey brain say it good when people praise you. Okay. And tap into that primal societal need for praise by praising them when they do the right thing. I know it sounds stupid. Genuinely, it helps to build better decision making on their part in the future. Okay? Monkey brain. Trains and bullshit. Are you referencing Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom? I hit that manage my sub and made it 6 months because apparently I'm in this fight. Hell yeah, sorry you're blue. Let's go. I have a question. I don't know if anyone knows like the answer, but if I'm in Ireland, can I still call my reps because I'm technically also a resident of the US, even though my mom sending me away there for a while? I believe you can still call your reps, just during their office hours, their daytime office being open hours. If you are technically a resident still, then yes. It's getting harder and harder to study or read anything. Yeah. It's a rough time out there. You know, it's been nice though. Severance season 2. That Severance season 2 has been really nice. That I've been really looking forward to that. In escaping from our hellscape into the hellscape of Severance is oddly enough kind of relaxing. Hell yeah, Electra. Don't stop calling. Season 2 is out. The first 7 episodes are out. I don't know. The other day I read the New York Times opinion section because I hate myself, and one of the articles was about how it was pontificating about what Severance is about. It's just man, if you have to ask that question, the show is not subtle. It's like Squid Game levels of unsubtle about what its primary message is. And if you're left asking, what's this all about? I feel like you just you aren't cut out for media criticism, God. Did you hear about the Republican Comer not letting Representative Presley enter rape stats about citizens committing offenses more than immigrants into record? Oh, James Comer. Yeah, James Comer is a vile piece of shit. Most of the Republican lawmakers are these days. Yeah, as we all know about Severance, it's about baby goats and nothing else. Yeah, Coder Joe. Yeah, I know. There are people who watch Star Trek and are like, yes, conservative ideas made manifest. It's fucking insane. Anyway. Apropos of nothing, I believe this is the Telegraph or the Times got footage of Elon Musk dancing, and I'm sorry I had to see it. It's 6 seconds long, but now you all have to see it as well. Can I just say, he looks like the loneliest guy at the club. He looks like the loneliest guy at the club who's just like, I really wish someone would come dance with me, He literally looks like the meme of that stick figure guy who's like standing in the corner being like, none of them know I'm the best. I'm the best Diablo 4 player in the world. Not a single one of them know. How can you do this to someone as cool as me? I'm sorry, Quigley. Just one more time.
Go fuck yourself.
He dances like a Peanuts character. Yeah, he does. Oh God, this is the guy, by the way, who is like trying to sire like an entire army of children in order to, spread his seed across the face of the earth, like he's some kind of progenitor entity from a video game. You know, hey, Jazz Dog, where you been? Hope you're doing all right. Look, it's Path of Exile 2, number 1. God. I don't know. Like, there is an element here where we need to just make sure that constantly we are pointing out how lame Elon Musk is. Because, guys, one of the things that fascism thrives on is projecting this aura of power and dignity and, assuredness. And pointing out that these guys are literally the biggest dipshits you could possibly imagine in Silicon Valley is imperative. And one of the things I really wanted to point out to you guys, just because it tickled me, is this video. I'm just going to play a few seconds of it. This was uploaded 2 days ago, and if you know anything about the sketch comedy group, The Whitest Kids You Know, you will know that they've been doing this for a while, and it's very clear that they all got together and renamed one of their most famous sketches, and we'll just watch a couple seconds of it. We're not going to watch the entire thing.
So by cutting our staff in half, we can literally double our salaries. It's like a game of chess. You keep your eye on your opponent, and just when he doesn't expect it, you fire your secretary. Checkmate! Bam! It's so easy. Don't you see? By firing them, we can take all of their cash. For us. PlayStations for everybody. Bam!
Timmy, you're fired.
Bam! It's just that easy.
They re-uploaded this sketch and called it Doge. Like, this is the kind of stuff we need to do. Make comedy sketches about them. Make memes. Write, like, weird erotic fan fiction that gets at things that are a little bit too specific about them. Like, get out there and do some weird stuff. Get creative with it. I hadn't seen that sketch. It also has a great section right here that describes basically every single, like, one of these tech bro guys that Elon Musk has brought in straight out of Burning Man.
Right? These goddamn ghosts have had their on my head for the past 6.5 weeks. I can't sleep. I can't eat anything. They don't leave me alone, and I hate it.
Zach.
What?
You have a little something in your teeth. I think it's lettuce. That's the kind of crazy attitude we need here at Cleartech to bring us into the future.
Like that is, like, at the bottom line, like, exactly what Doge is doing. Like, they're gutting government jobs, and anyone who's like, I think ghosts are jacking off on my face constantly is being promoted, because that's what fascism and anti-empiricism do. These people are walking comedy shows just pointed out to people, I do, like, genuinely, I do think it is important to undermine as much as possible and to the greatest possible degree the attempted veneer of power that they're constantly trying to project. Hello from Europe. I have just asked several Republicans how I should understand this right arm gesture by Musk, Rubio, and Bannon. Unlike them, I don't want to assume anything wrong without anyone being able to comment on it. Interesting reactions. I mean, it's a Nazi salute. Dude retweets, Nazis and white supremacists. He retweets, people who are just asking questions about the Holocaust. It's not rocket science. It's not difficult to figure out what he means. It's willful ignorance.
I was trying to multitask, but I think you just said fascism is when the dono ghost spooges on your face. BWA?
Very nice, Duck. Thank you for the $5 dono. And I guess if you really wanted to interpret it that way, I guess so. And folks, do consider dropping those subs and donos, because this show is brought to you by viewers like you. I literally couldn't make this show happen if you guys didn't donate, didn't drop subs, didn't become members on YouTube or drop super chats. I couldn't do that. I couldn't live. I operate and I'm able to do this show because you guys support me and make it possible and find value in my work. So I'm really, really thankful for those of you who support the show and drop those subs and donos, folks. Yeah, and I mean, like, let's be clear. Let's be clear here, guys. If any single one of you in your normal ass job tried to do the gesture that Elon Musk did, you'd be fired. Again, because it's not a rocket. It's not some kind of wild intergalactic mystery about what he was doing. If you personally believe what he was doing was just a enthusiastic gesture, I encourage you replicate it in your place of business. See how that works out for you. Apply some experimentation to your hypothesis. Bukake. Ah, very knifey duck. God. Joe Rogan did it on his show? Damn. Bro is cooked. Bro is absolutely cooked. You want to know what else is cooked? The United States' relationship with the rest of the world. We, in the course of 1 month, have created a new international pariah ourselves. It's pretty cool. Pretty great that we have isolated ourselves to this extent from, the wider world. And yeah, I mean, Europe is straight up saying now that they will defend Ukraine without U.S. assistance, and that's a scary state of affairs. Like, not only is it scary because we have, dozens of countries rearming themselves.
While trying to call Slotkin, I accidentally dropped my second attempt, hung up accidentally.
Oh
XD.
no, John Bogardis, don't worry, you'll get him next time. Third time's the charm. And thank you for continuing to call. But we have ceded our leadership in the world, and that is not something that may ever be recoverable. The damage is being done. You don't demobilize Europe after they've remobilized.
So what we've learned today is Sieg Heil at work, and Jack likes it when the dono ghost spooges on her face. Got it. BWA. Oh.
No.
BWA.
Paladin, thank you for the $20 dono. I very, very much appreciate it, and I'm not sure I appreciate the splooge or this presumption that I'm telling people that they should try it at work. Don't do it. Don't do it, guys. Oh God. Yeah, DSP78. I would say that in this particular case, if you have to ask, it's because you can't tell a spade. You can't call a spade a spade. It simply is what Elon Musk did. It's not, yeah. It's not difficult. And honestly, the takes I've seen trying to excuse it are so laughably weak. Andrew S., thank you for the 5 gifted memberships over on YouTube. Gotta get that YouTube representation out there. Let's go. Are you saying these assholes are being disingenuous? Yeah, it's almost like all of these fascist fucks are liars and cheaters, and are people who, in a civilized society, we would expel into the wilderness to be eaten by lions. You know? God. European consulates are calling around telling their citizens to come back, like the Irish one called my mom. Honestly, not bad advice. Things in America are going poorly, and they're likely to increase...
Something. Dono Ghost must have died quite a while ago if they're handing out pearl necklaces something.
Please, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Not 5 tier 1s, $5 dono. God.
Bustin' makes me feel good.
Ray Parker Jr. Here we go with Ghostbusters.
Oh, bustin'.
Strange, sleeping in your bed. Let me tell you something. If there's something weird, sleeping in your bed. Oh, let me tell you something. Bustin' makes me feel good.
This isn't the normal song.
You're seeing things, sleeping in your bed.
Oh, yeah.
An invisible man, sleeping in your bed. Let me tell you something.
Baby, freaking ghost man, freaking man, baby.
If you're all alone, let me sleep in your bed. Let me tell you something. Sleeping
Makes me feel good. Afraid of no sleep. I ain't afraid of no bed.
An invisible bed.
Freaking ghost bed. Feel good, feel good, feel good, feel good, feel good. Feel good, feel good. Makes me feel good, feel good. Makes me feel good.
Makes me feel good.
Yeah, 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 yeah. God, such a good mix. Such a good fucking mix. Neil Cicierega. I probably butchered that, but like, goddamn, what a 10 out of 10 bop. It was incredible. Hell yeah. Andrew S., thank you for the $5 super chat.
I sent in my postcards for the Y Supreme Court race.
Fuck yeah. Shassa. Thank you very much for doing the write-ins for Wisconsin and for the $5 super chat. Thank you all so goddamn much for supporting the show. And with that, let's continue on, shall we? Let's continue on with the show. I do want to say that we have here. You know what? We'll just do a short thing on this. So, folks, resistance is, you know, to the current administration, shoddy at best in a lot of different areas. Today, we saw the birth of a new potential vector for resistance, which came out of maybe one of the most unlikely places within the government. You see, there is a group within the government called the African Development Foundation, the ADF. Now, this organization has a budget of, you know, just I think like less than $100 million, might be like 50 million, if I'm correct on that one. But essentially, they help to kind of direct funds around Africa in order to build projects that would, you know, benefit both African nations and also the United States. Now, one of the things that is really interesting about the African Development Foundation is that despite the size, in this case, the size of 40, 50 to $100 million being small, they have decided how they are going to resist the incoming administration. And it's quite interesting. And I'm just going to read you off a letter that they put out today. Let's read it out. Dear Mr. Kavanaugh, I'm responding to your email sent yesterday to USADF staff about your plan to visit the foundation with Mr. Morocco today. Unfortunately, I'm out of the office today. In my absence, I have specifically instructed the staff of USADF to adhere to our rules and procedure of not allowing any meetings of this type without my presence. As you likely know, the president has the authority and the responsibility to nominate USADF board members, but by law, no person may be seated on the board until the president has made such a nomination, and that nomination has been confirmed by the Senate. Once a nomination has been confirmed, the President of the United States, of course, may also appoint the chair among the board's confirmed board members. USADF is an independent agency of the federal government created by an act of Congress. We receive our funding as a line item in the budget and report directly to Congress in accordance with the statutory mandates that we do so. That said, we have fully cooperated to date with the president's request that we temporarily cease dispersing any funds, and as requested, we have submitted to OMB our report describing USADF's statutory mission and the resources required for the foundation to fulfill that mission. I look forward to working with Mr. Marocco after such time as he is nominated for a seat on the board and his nomination is confirmed by the Senate. Until these legal requirements are met, Mr. Marocco does not hold any position or office with the USADF, and he may not speak or act on the foundation's behalf. Sincerely, Ward Brem, President and CEO of U.S. African Development Foundation. And that is maybe more balls than almost anyone else in the government has had to date. Yeah, Captain Sassy over here. He's literally saying, nah, I've instructed my staff to block and bar the doors from you getting in, you godless cretin. You know, like just you absolute slime balls.
Sass?
Entrama, thank you for subscribing. You've been around for 52 months. God damn. I hope you're doing well. And yes, Ward Brem here, giving one of the most politely worded "go fuck yourselves" comments I've ever seen in my life. Just a 10 out of 10 on his part. Isn't it nice? It's nice to see that like some parts of our government have, some semblance of a spine. There's just a little bit of hopium to brighten your day, Hopefully more orgs and government, agencies take a page from that book and say, not today, bucko. Not today. Folks, I will be right back. I need to smooch the love of my life really quick. That's you! Hello, everyone. I've returned. Just ignore the fact that I returned in a different outfit. Don't ask me questions. Hello. Hello. Did you get laid? I mean, yes, but not like right now. Entrama's in chat. Clarice says, hi. No, I had to change. Okay, I had to change my outfit because my partner was eating an orange, and I took a bite of one of the orange
when you
pieces.
Smooch your partner so hard you have to change shirt.
I took a bite of the orange, and it exploded all over my shirt. And so I couldn't continue the stream in the shirt that I was wearing, so I had to change. It does not, in fact, have anything to do with the Dono ghost busting over my face. That is hearsay and propaganda, good sirs, ma'ams, and non-binary jams. Sure, totally believable. I'm in the pocket of Big Orange. Cyruso X Legion. We will win in the end. The moral arc of the universe is long, but it bends towards justice. Martin Luther King Jr. Too true, King. God. Lucy Hayes, thank you for the raid. Welcome.
Wait, so you're telling us that you had to change your shirt because your partner's fruit got its juices all over the place, and you don't think I am about to give you $5 to comment on it?
I'm just gonna read that out loud for the benefit of my partner. Are you within earshot, my love? Are you within earshot? Someone said, wait, you're just telling me that you're telling us that you had to change your shirt because your partner's fruit got its juices all over the place, and you don't think I'm about to give you $5 to comment on it. And to be clear, it was my fruit, okay?
Oh, these are your oranges now?
Well, it was you gave me half the orange, and I ate the first piece, and Mr. Bean exploded all over myself. I did, however, kiss my partner very well. It was legendary and will be recorded in story and song. God, you guys are having way too much fun with this.
Siri, how do I get ghost bustin' out of a cashmere sweater?
Siri, I've got ectoplasm stains all over this sweater. What do? God. Hey, Mercury, welcome. Kissing? Indeed. Now, folks, let's move on. We got stuff we need to talk about. Just real quick. You know how yesterday we talked about the oh my god.
So you clarified that it was, in fact, your own fruit that exploded everywhere and did not think I would follow that up with another $5?
What? Oh, someone very knifey decks just teasing me. So you clarified it was in fact your own fruit that exploded everywhere and did not think it would follow it up with another $5. I'm being roasted so hard in chat.
Oh.
Not like that. Get your mind out of the gutter.
We need to fact check this with a black light.
Now you guys are getting Clarice roasting me. What a time to join. Indeed. God. Should I buy 500 water bottles tomorrow? What kind? I can't tell you that. You make your own decisions. God. All right. So folks, yesterday we covered the State of the Union, right? Apparently Democrats, some of the mainstream establishment Dems are really upset at the Democrats. You remember how yesterday we like shat all over the Democrats for holding like tiny signs or dressing in pink or like, doing precious
Poor
little
Jack,
to actually
getting spit
forestall
roasted from all
fascism.
sides.
It was
You
not
are all
spit
so
roasted.
mean. Chat.
It
Be
was
better.
not spit
BWA.
roasted. I looked way too hot for this earlier this evening. I looked way too good for the way you guys are roasting me. What? You're right. I was saying much sexier things.
Had a migraine this afternoon and managed to leave messages to 2 congressmen. The third's voicemail would allow for any voicemail actually. Disappointed face. I'm finally hungry, so gonna go off Candide.
Well, One-Eyed Heathen, thank you for the $10 super chat, and thank you for the hard work dropping those voicemails in. I know it can be really taxing some days, but it does matter, and thank you very much for taking the time to do it. You never look too hot? I disagree. I came up with a really good-looking outfit. Had thigh-high...
So I just wanted to make sure. It was a fruit that bust on your sweater. And you don't think I was gonna follow up with a $5 dono?
Why are you guys turning this into a why are you guys turning this into a why are you turning it into this? Why are you turning it into what's it called? The copy pasta. Why are you doing it? How many donos for the nice outfit? Look, if we get 40 donos, like 40 subs or their dono equivalent, I'll put that same outfit on, okay?
We need your code name to be Big Citrus.
Yeah, my partner also endorses your efforts. Okay?
Being hot just means you're easier to roast. Less of a thermal trip.
Boom. There you go. There you go. We started after you requested it.
So, I just want to make sure.
I should have made it 60.
Juice pasta wiki and you thought I wouldn't join?
God.
Where do you put on the outfit?
It's a good idea. That might be dangerous. It's true. Don't say that. They can hear you.
Oh, sorry.
Is this not the too? This is not the too sexy outfit. This is just a red shirt. I do. You may be a little bit biased. A little bit. All right. Okay. Wow. So remember we talked about Democrats the other day being ineffective at their at their organizing techniques and being like, our current times call for more than just holding up a sign or like dropping, a new suit color for the first time in history,
Have you considered tangerines as a cleaner alternative?
I have considered tangerines as a cleaner alternative. It's true. It is, it's part of my Green New Deal. But a lot of Democrats looked at those feckless, relatively ineffective ways of protesting the president, who is still Donald J. Trump somehow, and And they said, nah, this is bad. Here's Representative George Latimer, the guy who unseated Jamal Bowman, saying,
Chat's palms are sweaty, knees weak, arms are heavy. There's orange on her sweater already, and the donos are petty.
Thank you for the $5 dono, Paladin. God. Oh, God. Oh,
300 grams flour, 3 eggs, pinch of salt. Make crater in flour. Put in eggs and use fork to slowly incorporate flour from edges and then knead until shaggy dough. Wrap.
Wait a minute. What are we making? Wait. Now I'm intrigued. Sake Tanuki, what we cooking? What we making over here? Also, 3 eggs. Do I look like I'm made out of cash? How do I deal with the fact that I live in the least politically consequential place in the Western Hemisphere? Send help. You deal with it by becoming like the thorn in their side, you know? Be like the bitch that they know every single time is going to be on the phones. Oh, it's literal copy pasta. Oh man, the memes are too multi-layered tonight. The memes are they're too many layers. We're incepting right now. Oh God. Okay, look, Democrats are being even more useless. Here's George Latimer, the guy who unseated Jamal Bowman, said he felt disruptions were inappropriate, telling Axios, when a president, my president, your president is speaking, we don't interrupt. We don't pull those stunts. Absolute dickless loser. Or here's Jared Golden from Maine. I didn't take that approach myself, so obviously I don't condone it. He's a centrist, by the way. Very surprising that he's getting high on his own farts. Not. There we go. Excellent delivery of my intonation. Representative Tom Suozzi of New York. I think it was a big mistake. I'm an old school traditional type guy. I think we should be treating the president with deference. So I think it was inappropriate. Like, goddamn, these absolute dickless losers. You know? God. Senator John Fetterman.
Orange, you glad I didn't join in on the donos?
Entramo, that was very low-hanging fruit. Even you know that. He said, Orange, you glad I didn't join in on the donos in a dono?
Layers, huh? So I guess this copy pasta is lasagna.
So I was making a fruit joke.
Why?
Yeah. Bluebees, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs.
Did you see the lady on Fox News suggesting we all get a hand to lay eggs? Also, I know I'm late, but I think it's time for the
We already did a Dono Ghost song, sadly, One-Eyed Heathen. God. Sorry, I need to tell you guys what John Fetterman said. He called it a sad cavalcade of self-owns and unhinged petulance, and really, John Fetterman should not be talking about unhinged petulance, because that's basically his life every single day. God. Fetterman has real, like, Anakin Skywalker vibes. You know, like, he could have been the guy to go the distance, and instead I guess he didn't fall into a pit of lava, but he did a heel turn that, should be immortalized in film. Okay. That being said, folks, I will still keep tracking these, but I'm gonna make it small because we're doing a segment, baby. So, folks, we've already looked at Trump's speech. We've looked at Alyssa Slotkin's official response on behalf of the Democrats. That was bad. We've looked at Bernie Sanders' response, which was maybe one of the only clear-eyed looks we're going to get. And tonight we're going to look at Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, what her takeaways were, because she was one of the few members of Congress to actually skip the president's address, instead taking questions on Blue Sky and following up the address to Congress with kind of her own live Q&A on Instagram. We're going to go over that. I think it's going to be worth our time. Much like the previous time she did this, it was very useful, very practical advice. And so I'm hopeful that perhaps we can have both Bernie Sanders as kind of like the old guard, clear-eyed view of things, and we can also have Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, kind of the new generation with clear eyes. And that's my hope. I haven't watched this, so I don't know. We're going to watch it together, all right?
How's it going? We've got some post-State of the Union chat. Going. Hope you're doing well.
There are no subtitles, sadly.
Hey, everyone. Yeah, so State of the Union just happened. If you didn't watch it, God bless you. Protect your peace. Someone said, glad you stayed away. Me too.
Yeah, there's nothing to be gained for Democrats to actually go and like watch this in person. It's a waste of their valuable time if they're not going to turn it into a spectacle to mock and belittle Trump.
Yeah, I didn't go to all that. I knew that was gonna be a mess. And personally, you know, I watched it from home. I paid attention to what the president was saying. I watched it so you didn't have to. But so if you didn't, you know, that's okay. I watched the whole thing, but I watched it from home. Everybody makes different decisions.
Hey, Andrew S., thank you for the $10 super chat.
Can we use an orange floor cleaner to get rid of these S1-T stains of the Democratic Party? Also, I like your governor's actions lately, unlike my governor, Newsom.
Yeah, you know, it's actually kind of incredible, just as a brief aside, it's actually kind of incredible to see Gavin Newsom fumble like what has been set up as an easy ascent towards a presidential run. By doing his own podcast. Have any? I haven't actually watched it. Maybe either tonight or some other night we'll check it out. But like, it's one of the most. Can I find a screen grab of it? Actually, can I find it here? Yeah, it gives off real how do you do, fellow kids energy, and like, oh my god. What are you doing? This guy was supposed to be like the shoo-in, you know, like kind of picture perfect candidate from central casting for the Democrats, and like, this is not it. And you know what? I'm glad, because he sucks. He sucks a lot. But, you know, I'm liking what I'm seeing from Tim Walz, who's been discussing running in 2028. I'm liking what I'm seeing from J.B. Pritzker, who's discussing running in 2028. Not liking so much what I'm seeing from Josh Shapiro or Gretchen Whitmer in those regards. But interesting stuff going on for sure. I am kind of here for Gavin Newsom blowing his shot at the presidency, though. I'm not gonna lie. I do like watching him blow it. And please don't take that out of context. please no. Please don't. Just stop. You silly billies. Sometimes I say something on this show and I know that it's immediately the worst thing I could have said. And that is definitely one that I just didn't think about. God damn it. Oh God. Anyway. We're gonna go back to AOC, huh? We're going back to AOC.
Knew that was gonna be a mess. And personally, I watched it from home.
First the fruit juice, now we're blowing shots.
Was saying, I watched it so you didn't have to. But so if you didn't, that's okay.
Did you just call me a dirty dog slut? What the fuck?
The whole thing, but I watched it from home.
I am
Everybody
a slut for my
makes
partner, it's true.
Different decisions. I just felt like I couldn't. I didn't feel like I could legitimize his presence. That being said, I know different people had different takes on it. In terms of the House of Representatives,
I can put them right there.
I'll give you an alternative perspective. In terms of the House of Representatives, some people feel, and it is true, that the State of the Union occurs in the House of Representatives, known as the People's House. And technically, in terms of the proceedings of the State of the Union, an interesting thing about the House is that it is different from almost every other chamber in that only House members are typically allowed in the House of Representatives. So anybody else that is brought into the House, that walks into the House, has to be invited. And so Trump actually has to be formally invited to the House floor in order to be allowed into the House floor. Same thing with all those senators and the cabinet members, etc. So, I think other people had a certain logic, which is that this is the people's house, and Trump showing up should not kind of force the duly elected representatives of that chamber, especially those who disagree with him, out. So, that's some of the perspective there. Anyways, I watched from home, and if you didn't, honestly, and I listen to Trump. I do, because he has won 2 presidential elections. Now, the first one was not by popular vote, and the second vote, he has not won more than 50% of the U.S. electorate, but he has won these elections nevertheless. So I listen to him. I listen to what he says as an observer, and I have to tell you, I feel like even if you're like a big Trump fan, this speech was not his best. He
old. He's getting old. He's rambling as hell. There's a reason the speeches that responded to him were, 10 minutes, 20 minutes. This is 53 minutes long, and it's still 45 minutes shorter than Trump's speech. You know? Like, dude has no censor around him to like say, okay, you gotta wrap it up, my guy. None at all.
He was reading a lot of lists. He was reading a lot of
editor
wrong
would be better.
information on lists. And, you know, to be honest, to me, it was giving word minimum for a school essay, and you just kind of start typing things so that you get to the word minimum. That's what it was giving, except for the fact that this was the longest State of the Union speech in American, almost this, I think it was the longest or the second longest speech or a joint address / State of the Union speech in history. I think it was like him and like a Bill Clinton speech, I think they were saying on television shortly after. And so he talked a lot, but he didn't say much. And I want to tell you why that is. Like, why get up there? And even if you disagree with it, why get up there?
Get good sleep, Ashley Curtis. Thank you for helping to invent the internet.
Give the most compelling story that you can give. Why get up there and just like read number after number after number in these cuts, which are not real, by the way? Why rattle off and make all these claims that like about like you found all these 140-year-olds who are taking.
When I heard about trans mice, I decided it was time to log off.
Yeah, the trans mice thing was wild. You know, like, and the thing is, guys,
when I heard about trans mice, I decided it was time to log off.
The thing is, Donald Trump may be, in fact, so cooked that he genuinely believes his own bullshit. You know, he genuinely believes, like, if some staffer who's also a dipshit tells him, like, oh, they're transing the mice, and that's where all the money went. Like, he believes it. When Elon Musk talks about, like, science things, he just believes it, you know? CJ Lowe, to just kind of sum up the trans mice thing, apparently the Doge boys were combing through different government projects and found research about the effects of hormones on mice, and interpreted that as transing the mice, despite the fact the hormones given to the mice was not to trans them, it was to study the effects of cancer in them. It was part of cancer research that they canceled and called fraud. You know, that's what they're doing. God, it's all so dumb.
Which is not real, by the way. Why do that? And I'm going to tell you why. Because just like I said in our last live, we have to remain focused, because our focus.
Yeah, like the thing is, it can be both. He can genuinely believe it and know that like throwing it out there serves as a distraction. You know, he can do both. He can believe it and know its utility.
Is the same thing as their focus. They keep talking about all this waste, which, by the way, like almost all these numbers that Doge has been putting out ends up being fake. They say, like, they'll come up with some initial number and...
Did nobody Google transgenic? Not a single goddamn one of them, because they lack curiosity. They lack, higher orders of critical thinking than just monkey brain recollection, you know?
Has to revise it down. And so they get the headline saying like, oh, we got so much, but then they all end up revising it down. And so why are they doing this? Like I said before, it's all about Medicaid.
It's all about the money, baby.
All about what they're not saying. Don't you find it interesting that Donald Trump, if you listen to that speech, Donald Trump said a lot of things. He said a lot of random things about studies and waste and all this other stuff. He did not talk about Medicaid.
And that's because specifically what they're trying to do right now is they're trying to frame the field. They're trying to build up this narrative about massive waste, massive fraud, massive abuse of the system in order to build it up in the minds of their voters and build it up in the minds of their constituents. And then they're going to build it up, and then they're going to try and cash in on all of that. They're going to try and sell it to their base as, oh, we're not cutting Social Security. We're not cutting Medicaid. We're just, getting rid of the fraud. That's it. That's their game. Their game is to literally just tell you, oh, the cuts we're making are against fake people who don't exist. Except the problem is that they do exist. They're tens of millions of people. But their hope is that enough of their base will believe this massive, colossal lie, a big lie, if you will, in order to get those cuts through. Vulcan Blackfire, congrats on your first baby. Good job, Daddy. You're doing a great job. And, it's hard when a little one keeps you up late at night. I can get that. So I hope it goes well. And congratulations. Now back to this.
Not once. And as a certain right-wing operative likes to say, MAGA's on Medicaid. And MAGA, Trump is coming for your Medicaid. MAGA, Republicans are coming for your Medicaid. And the reason they are rattling off all of these things, because listen, where there is waste, we should address it.
Yeah, we covered it yesterday, Ratcuts.
We should address it. Where there's fraud and abuse, we should address it. But don't you think that if you found a bunch of money in the couch cushions, that you would put that to expanding Medicaid, improving schools, fixing our roads?
Well, and also, just throwing it out there, wasting and committing fraud and abuse against our system, wasting taxpayer dollars and such, that's all illegal. Like, if you're finding billions of dollars in fraud or abuse of the system, those are crimes. And they're alleging that they've found billions of dollars in fraud. That's interesting because they haven't named a single person responsible for any of it. It's just some nebulous guy, I guess. Some kind of folktale, fairy tale figure going around committing government fraud in all these different departments. Are gremlins like the things from World War II that would disassemble planes while they were in flight? Or am I thinking of something else? Whatever. You guys know what I mean.
But that's not what they're planning on doing. The reason they're shaking all these couch cushions and the reason that they are rattling off all these numbers is because all those numbers they are trying to add up into one of the most massive tax cuts for billionaires and the 1%, probably in modern American history.
I would say it's the biggest in American history and possibly world history. Like this type of tax cut is devastating. It is the greatest theft perpetrated upon American citizens in the country's history.
And do not forget that. Don't forget that. It's not just about what Trump is saying. It's about the big, obvious things that he is ignoring, y'all, okay? Medicaid. Don't you find it interesting that he did not mention Medicaid once? Once?
Well, and that's because he doesn't want to mention it because he personally endorsed the Republican House budget plan, which calls for $800 billion in cuts to Medicaid, while also saying that he would not cut Medicaid. Like, he doesn't want to talk about it because it's one of those issues that he knows the base will actually pay attention to. You know, it's one of the few, charged rails of politics. You touch that, it's gonna kill you politically. You know?
Health insurance, one of the largest insurers in the United States that impacts most Americans. And by the way, 30% of Medicaid money goes to Medicare recipients too. So he's doing that for a reason, because he's scared. If he was confident about his attacks on Medicaid, he would have said something, wouldn't he?
And it's because they know that if enough people mobilize against this, it's dead in the water. No politician will touch it. And they still need politician support.
Confident about his attacks on immigrants. He's confident about his attacks on federal workers. He's confident about all those things. Why won't he own up, and Republicans own up to their attacks on Medicaid? And if you are a Donald Trump supporter and you believe him when he says we're not going to touch Medicaid, why wouldn't he say that in his speech? I mean, it's one of the most vulnerable points that Republicans have right now.
Yep. If this were a video game, Medicaid would be the gigantic pulsating yellow weakness blister on the enemy alien's torso. You know, it's colossal.
This attack on Medicaid, they know it's sinking them. In fact, the
Good night, Burning Bush Dragon.
This is an organization that's like kind of in charge of electing Republicans across the country. They came in this week and they told every Republican in the House of Representatives to stop doing town halls.
Yep. They know how unpopular they are.
Why? Because they're getting too much heat over Medicaid. And personally, I think they're trying to bully Republicans to get in line to try to line up to vote to gut Medicaid.
Yep.
And so they want to extract Republicans out of their communities, out of their districts, so they don't feel as connected, so they isolate them so they can be more easily manipulated and bullied into cutting Medicaid.
I really, really wish more political figures would just do these like hour-long breakdowns for folks where they, act and emote like human beings, and where they clearly explain the situation and what can be done about it. There needs to be a clearer line of communication here to the general public about what Democrats are doing, because it looks to most of us like they're not doing anything, because many of them are simply not doing anything. Yeah, fireside chats.
If Donald Trump were so proud about it, he would own it. And if it wasn't true, this is a massive political vulnerability. He could have ended tonight a lot of the speculation and a lot of the vulnerability that Republicans were experiencing right now if he went up on that podium and said, we're not going to touch Medicaid. But he didn't say that, did he? He didn't say that.
Because they're going to try.
They're coming after it. And all of that rattling off on Social Security and trying to frame Social Security as largely wasteful, this idea that there's like checks going out, tons of Social Security checks going out to dead people. No. Social Security monitors who passes away and processes who passes away. That doesn't mean they're cutting a check to people who pass away. And they are setting all of this up.
And again, I am just going to reiterate, because plenty of people don't know this. The coding language that, again, our systems use for a lot of this is the COBOL programming language, and it defaults to 1875 as a birth year for people who do not have a birth date input into the system, right? And that can be for a number of different reasons, like name changes. For example, for a lot of people who are still alive, one of the things in that system, if you got married and you changed your last name, you simply would not have a birth year, or that would get screwed up in the system some way, is my understanding. And so, as just one example of how someone might wind up with a default year of 1875 in that system. And that's, there are many other examples. And so Elon Musk's Doge boys went through that data and didn't know how to interpret it, and came out the other side thinking, people who are 150 years old are getting Social Security. And like, that's just because they're dumb and they don't know what they're looking at.
Trying to trick you. They're trying to trick your grandparents. They're trying to trick young people.
I mean, not only that, they're trying to kill your grandparents. They're trying to both trick and kill your grandparents. It's crazy. It's crazy, dog.
To thinking that it's all wasteful so that they can get away with cutting it to pieces. It's the same thing with Medicaid.
Lots of doom/gloom online, but I found Adam Conover's interview with Dr. Dana Fisher enlightening. Feeling tired, so going to bed. Stay safe, everyone.
Good night, Andrew S. And I will second that. I watched Adam Conover's interview with Dr. Dana Fisher earlier today, and it was really, really good. It, I think, is both a sobering and somewhat hopeful look at what we can do in our current time, and like with actual tangible steps. So, good to listen to, especially if you're looking for more kind of marching orders or guidance from people who know what they're doing a little bit, at the very least.
Is going on television talking about how people who are on Medicaid are just all able-bodied 29-year-old young men who are playing video games. Medicaid, let me tell you all, Republicans have attacked Medicaid so often for decades that any little sliver of fat that you can possibly gut from it has largely all been trimmed away. This is not the first time that Republicans have gone up, and frankly, anybody has gone up to talk about efficiency. And so understand. And I'm talking directly to Republicans right now, because I know some of y'all love to be on my feeds. So welcome, and I'm happy that you're here. To all the Republicans who are on Medicare, who are on Medicaid, who maybe you're on children's health insurance. And by the way, a lot of states name these insurance programs different things. Like, New York has a different children's health insurance program, and so on and so forth. So if you have like a little state healthcare program, it's probably public funded, or it might have some sort of public connection to it. And I want you to ask your representative if they're going to touch any Medicaid dollars at all. And if they try to tell you oh yeah, there's a ton of waste, ask them how much? How much waste? Like, ask for the receipt. Ask for the receipt. If they want to say there's waste, ask for the receipt. Because what they are trying to cut from Medicaid, I'm going to tell you, is somewhere to the tune of $880 billion from Medicaid.
To give to the richest people on the planet. Like to be very clear here. What they're trying to do is they are trying to screw all of you out of being able to get health care, to be treated, to survive. And they are using that money that could be used to keep you alive, your loved ones alive, and are instead giving it to the richest people to ever exist. For no reason. Yeah, Dragonwing, have you not heard this? They're trying to cut $880 billion from Medicaid. It will literally send tens of millions of people off of Medicaid, and it will be one of the most devastating cuts to a social program in American history. And frankly, they're also trying to, in a sideways fashion, cut Social Security as well. And if they manage to do both of those things, it's literally gonna be, you won't have any reference point to how much people are going to turn out in the streets for that.
$880 billion. And I sit on...
Isaac Inanimate, it's not that food stamps will be next. Food stamps are included in the cut to Medicaid. They want to cut about 20% of SNAP. So, yeah, they're literally stealing healthcare from the most vulnerable people in society and stealing food out of the most starving people in society.
That Medicaid
to give to billionaires.
And the math ain't mathin'. There's, even when you talk to Republicans, their wildest dream...
OMG. I'm about an hour behind trying to catch up, and bustin' at 2x speed is going bananas. Party mode, Jack.
Dude, Smoocher, thank you for the thank you for the $5 dono. I very, very much appreciate it.
Of so-called waste that they have identified, if you believe absolutely everything, which, like, they include long-term care as waste, like they include actual certain kinds of health care as wasteful, in their wildest fantasies, their number is still $50 billion. So where's the other $830 billion coming from?
Yep.
It's coming from grandma. It's coming from your prescriptions.
Yeah, like, again, I think it bears repeating here. The cuts that they are doing to personnel are destroying the bureaucratic system that supports everything, obviously, but it is only going to actually cut about $50 billion from the budget at maximum. They have to get the hundreds of billions of dollars from one of three different categories. And it's either Medicaid, Medicare, or Social Security. Social Security is harder to cut because of, I believe, the Byrd Amendment.
Catching up and busting on 2x speed? Call that a blast from the past. Okay, I'm done.
Mercury, thank you for the $5 super chat. I appreciate it. But they're going to go after Medicaid first because it is, well, it's easier for them to do it, and because a lot of the people on it are not are more vulnerable to the cuts, frankly. What can we do? What can we do? You can organize. I've been telling folks you have to organize. No one is going to come and save us. Democrats are not going to come and save us. The judiciary is not going to come and save us. We need to save ourselves. So what you need to be doing is you need to be maximizing the amount of political pressure on your elected officials. You can use 5calls.org in order to call your elected representatives and senators in order to tell them what you believe they should be doing in this time of crisis. You can call them their offices once per day each, and you should do that. It does work, okay? You should also join local protest groups, okay? A really easy one to join, Indivisible. Indivisible has been organizing local chapters all across the United States, and in the first 4 days of March, they had 30 local chapters open up. So consider joining Indivisible to show up and protest directly. You can also protest folks like Elon Musk. Elon Musk's money is vulnerable. It's tied up with Tesla, and Tesla has dealerships all across the United States and the world. Go and protest a Tesla dealership, all right? So far, those protests have cost Elon Musk approximately $100 billion. Keep protesting, okay? There's even a chance if you protest hard enough against Tesla that the Tesla board could vote to remove Elon Musk. And that would be really, really good, okay? Additionally, folks, you can find your local Tesla protests via teslatakedown.com. Additionally, folks, join your local DSA. The DSA is constantly organizing different political action and protest in its various local chapters. And join your local Dems. Radicalize your local Dems to better politics and better policies, and also join up with your local DSA. Do all of these things that I've mentioned, do a couple of them, do something. Pick at least one or two.
Like FR though,
and get to work.
Why do they see this as a beneficial move for themselves? Do they plan on not ever running for office again, should this all pass?
CJ Lowe, basically, they believe that should this all pass, they will basically be set for life from their corporate donors. That's kind of the devil's bargain that they have made. It's that this is a one-way trip. It is political suicide to support these and to vote for them, and they all know it. However, they believe that if they push through enough, their donors will have their backs. Their corporate donors will have their backs. They'll get cushy lobbyist positions. They'll get, they'll get like a do-nothing job in some government office where they can just work from home and do, jack shit. However, there is also a more disturbing possibility, and that is that the Republicans that are currently holding office within the Trump administration specifically, and not just in Congress, they know that if they do not succeed at doing these things, at consolidating this power that they are doing, and there's a reason I've called it a administrative fascist coup. They know that if they don't succeed, they're gonna be held to account this time. Like you don't get to kill, tens of millions of people's grandma and grandpa and like face no consequences for that. That they know that. The course that they have charted for themselves, largely dictated to them by billionaires, is give us the biggest tax cut in the history of the world at the expense of your people, and we will, make you rich beyond your dreams. And the billionaires in their turn are getting power. A lot of these people are narcissistic whack jobs who believe that they can basically build a utopia. Has anyone here ever played BioShock? They are literal Andrew Ryans running around being like, we'll just build underwater cities full of the best minds in all the world. And I will be my city's God King. And it will be a utopia for the ages. They literally conceive of themselves as like a new era of technocratic kings ordained by God. And that is not an exaggeration. You know, you can look at each of these people, like whether it's Elon Musk trying to build a Mars colony where he's going to be the ruler, or if you've got Peter Thiel with his investment into is it Prospera, the Greenland city state that he wants to make. There are all kinds of these billionaire libertarian projects popping up around the globe where they're basically trying to buy little city states and turn them into their own personal playgrounds. It's disgusting, you know? And this is why when people talk about how billionaires shouldn't be allowed to exist, it's because consolidating that amount of power on one person, it destroys the person. It destroys the individual person who wields that power, but not only that, that power destroys everything around it. There is no way one person can effectively wield that power for good. It's like the ring of power from fucking Lord of the Rings. It will destroy you. You know? And none of them realize how cooked they are, but you know, just I showed it at the beginning of stream, but you know, it bears some repeating here. Okay. Oh, CJ Lowe, thank you very much for becoming a member. It just feels so much worse than that, though. Like, should everything they want to do come to pass, the country will burn to the ground. Yeah, but remember who will be doing the burning. And understand that the worst case scenario is not the country, you know, having riots and turmoil. The worst case scenario is that everything they want comes to pass and they remain in power. They remain in power. They remain in control of one of the world's most powerful superpowers, with one of the largest militaries in the world. And they are fascists with dreams of expansion. Like, that's the worst case scenario is a new Reich in America. And understand that, like, they know that's the goal that these billionaires have for us. And understand that when I'm talking about organizing, we organize now to try and prevent that future and to try and prevent, you know, the massive potential violence that is looming on the horizon. But we also organize so that should that dark time come to pass, we are not caught unprepared in order to, like, oppose it. So we need to act now to potentially stop that. And we need to act as much as we feasibly can. Okay? That's the entire name of the game. We need to mobilize, because these billionaires seem powerful, but it's just one guy. You know, it's just a guy. All right? Like, I'm sorry. It's just a guy, and so often these guys are just lame as hell. All right? These guys are losers. These guys are embarrassments. God. Can I find this real quick? Man, I was trying to do a bit, and I can't find the bit. Damn it. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. These people are lame.
Or it might have some sort of public connection to it.
And I want you to ask your representative if they're going to touch any Medicaid dollars at all. And if they try to tell you, oh yeah, there's a ton of waste, ask them, how much? How much waste? Like, ask for the receipt. Ask for the receipt.
On Mike Richards, everyone hates Elon everywhere. That dude sucks, and everyone can see it.
I say there's waste, ask for the receipt. Because what they are trying to cut from Medicaid, I'm going to tell you, is somewhere to the tune of $880 billion from Medicaid. Okay? $880 billion. And I sit on the committee that Medicaid goes through. And the math ain't mathin'. There's, even when you talk to Republicans, their wildest dream fantasy of the amount of so-called waste that they have identified, if you believe absolutely
the left tech cat, if you can't have that attitude in these parts, because frankly, if you're like, well, ultimately whatever happens is up to the people in charge, then you've already lost. You know, the entire premise of this channel and my show in general is just to let you guys know that the power is actually with you guys. There is no king that has ever existed. There is no monarch that has ever existed. There is no authoritarian that has ever existed that can compete with the strength of the people mobilized together. Not a single goddamn one. No, it doesn't matter if they have nukes, doesn't matter what kind of weapons they're using. At the end of the day, people power will always win. And that is the ethos of this channel. Defeatism is not an option. Jack, did you see the Elon tweet where he thinks the U.S. should leave the UN and NATO? I mean, there's a non-zero chance that the U.S. actually acts upon his dumb tweet, you know?
They include long-term care as waste. Like, they include
Comrade Girl, thanks for the gifted sub, or the gifted membership.
In their wildest fantasies, their number is still $50 billion. So where's the other $830 billion coming from? It's coming from grandma.
I'm not looking at an Instagram group right now,
but it's coming from your care. It's coming from your insulin. It's coming from your kids' copay. They are setting up to rob you. To rob you.
What's the sub count? We're up to 26, I believe. Also, here we go.
And that...
You know, not enough people are really emphasizing that what AOC is saying here. Like, yeah, they are trying to rob you. They are thieves in the night trying to pull a fast one. They are con men and hacks, and they are here to steal from you and the people you love most in this world. You know? That's what they're doing.
Moral of the story of this State of the Union tonight. He was yammering and he was blabbering and he was reading off
See Alan Smith.
Like
Neon, thank you for gifting a membership.
This is the longest BuzzFeed right-wing compilation of all time. It was boring.
Yep.
It was unsettling, very dangerous in terms of how he is tearing apart U.S. alliances, tearing apart, at our allies, attacking our allies. It's not to undermine the seriousness of what he is doing, but it is to really communicate that he was trying to dance around their number one priority, which is to rob and gut Medicaid, Medicare, and all of our public systems, Social Security, etc., in order to pay for tax cuts for billionaires. And let me tell you something. as far as taxes go, he only actually talked about what was it? No tax on tips, no tax on Social Security benefits, and no tax on overtime.
And I'm going to tell you, none of that was in the budget passed by the GOP.
That is, I can talk about those specific things, but let me tell you something. Those tax cuts are a little tiny line in terms of the entire tax bill. It is like 90%, well, maybe not 90. It is like, but it is over.
Well, DSP, most Americans, in my experience, support NATO and understand its use as a defensive treaty. But Donald Trump fucking hates NATO because, you know, he's allied with Putin personally.
Overwhelmingly. Tax cuts for billionaires, corporations, it's the write-offs on the yachts. It's the write-offs on the private jets. It's the rich getting richer. This bill is the rich getting richer. And then they put, as little lipstick on a pig, these little crumbs of no tax on tips, no tax on...
Yeah, I mean, they are all things that, like, rich people would take advantage of for sure. And they sound good to working class people. But also, Donald Trump has been touting, like, getting, like, no tax on tips into the budget, and it's just not in the budget. Like, none of these things are actually policies that Republicans have been pushing in the Senate. Like, they've just been focusing on the cuts. And again, usually when you're doing a fascist coup, you want to give, you know, something to your supporters. And like, there's nothing there except for money to billionaires. You know, it's nothing there except trying to fuel the race to who will be the first trillionaire in world history. You know, that's it. It's all just a social game to these people.
Security benefits and no tax on overtime. Let's talk about a couple of these things. In terms of no tax on tips, obviously you all know, I was a waitress for many years. I was a bartender on many years. Someone said your sweater. Guys, I made it. Thank you.
What?
It's all, my hair.
She made that sweater? That's great. That's impressive. Damn, all right. But also, just real quick, yeah, the hatred you hear from billionaires who are paid by other billionaires to hate Europeans that are stopping them from doing what they want to do. They're billionaire assholes. They hate anyone who stops them from making more money. And in this particular case, Donald Trump views Europe with a lot of hatred because Europe in general has stopped him from making as much money as he wants to, whether it's opening Trump hotels where he wants to, or, you know, strip mining entire countries of their natural resources if he wants to, or, you know, not being able to bribe different political figures in Europe like he wants to. There's a lot of hatred there for Europeans as a result. And you know what? Good on Europe for telling him to fuck off. More people in America need to tell him to fuck off, and we're working on it. We're working on making new people who will tell Donald Trump to fuck off every single day here on this show.
All the holes appear, so. But in terms of no...
I mean, I think the holes are aesthetic myself.
Listen, I was a waitress. I was a bartender. I get it. And if you live off of tips, I get it. The one thing that I want people to think about is, even as a waitress, if any of you all
Mini-me!
have
thank you for the $5 dono.
Like,
you make them sound like the Antichrist.
Every single...
Yeah. Huh. How could I make them sound like that? Huh. Thank you for the $5 dono.
Job being a tipped job with an iPad screen now, like especially during COVID. I mean, it's even to the point where the freaking where the freaking self-checkouts at the airport get tip screens. If you are tired of that, I do think it's important for us to recognize the danger of every job becoming a tipped job. And all of us then now having to pay each other's wages, not just in waitressing, not just in bartending. I'm talking about everything. Everything. And I think it's just a precipice that we all need to think about, because it's not, there's a very careful and slippery slope here that we just need to pause and consider, because then we can very easily enter a world where no one is paid, where like no one's employer is like actually paying their wages, and we're all just tipping each other and essentially GoFundMeing the entire economy. And
new dystopia unlocked. New dystopian vision of the future unlocked. God, that seems like it would be an inherently unstable economic system in which we would eventually rebel against our oppressors. But, you know, the people who want to put this in place are very stupid. So
that is the one area where I want us to be thoughtful about, okay? Thoughtful about. And because historically we think of tipped jobs as waitresses, bartenders, hospitality. But we all have also been experiencing the typification of a lot more jobs outside of that. And if you don't want every single person that you interact with starting to turn an iPad screen around, we need to take this very carefully. Because employers need to pay their employees
Vulcan Blackfire.
a living wage.
Get good sleep.
Employers need to...
That's why I'm creating Tipcoin. God damn it, Hypervisor.
Their employees a living goddamn wage. And this idea that we are going to transfer and disincentivize and prevent or give people an outing, massive corporations an out from paying a living wage to making everyone and incentivizing everyone into becoming a tipped worker. I will be the first to tell you, as a waitress, as a bartender in New York City, the volatility of being a tipped worker
sucks.
A big deal.
Yeah, as somebody who also makes their living off of donations and tips for the services I provide, you know, I'm suddenly feeling a bit called out by this. Anyway, if you're enjoying the show, hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the like button on YouTube, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, and consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, and super chats so that I don't die. Support your streamer?
We choose it. We have that job, you know? That's a separate issue. But if it gets to a point where no one can get a stable job because everything's become typified, because we've changed and altered the tax code to reward employers for not paying a living wage and for paying sub-minimum tipped wages, I want us to really think about that. Really think about that.
Well, yeah, and Spaghetti Snakes, you're absolutely right. Just increasing wages doesn't fix everything. It's just one component of a much larger picture. And I think AOC would acknowledge that.
Number 2, no taxes on Social Security benefits. Another one, on its face, listen, we can talk about that, but I want to tell you about how Social Security is funded. Because we hear all the time, right? Like, especially if you're a millennial. I don't know if Gen Z, when y'all were in high school.
Hey, Hannah, thank you so
Jack.
much.
Solidarity as always. Oil Jack up oilers.
That's right, chat. Oil up your streamer. Platonically. Platonically oil me up.
Comments. But when I was in high school, we would get these little, like, sometimes like right-wing videos that got wheeled into our classrooms that were like, I mean, it happened to me, where it was like, oh, Social Security is gonna run out of money. You guys aren't gonna get Social Security. Just so you know, Social Security is running out of money. It's running out of money. They have been priming us to give up on the Social Security system for a long time. But let me tell you something, why that is not the case, okay?
Let me guess. It has something to do with removing the cap on Social Security, and then Social Security would remain solvent basically forever.
Social Security does have, there are financial issues with Social Security, but let me tell you why. Because we all get taxed to pay, we all pay into Social Security, right? Like, if you have a job and you pull up your pay stub, you can look at your pay stub, how much money you pay in Social Security. And it's a lot of money at the end of the year. Like, it's a lot of money for us, for a normal person. If you're making 20, 30, if you're making 30, 40, 50, $60,000 a year, you look at the end of the year, how much money you've paid into Social Security, it's a lot of money. But that money, the amount of money that you pay into Social Security stops at $250,000. If your income is $250,000, you have a cap. You don't really pay into it proportionately as much. All you need to do is lift that maximum income cap of $250,000 on Social Security, and we're good.
Yep. It's insane that it's capped at all. You know, if somebody's making $1 billion, they should also still be paying into Social Security. If we did that, we not only would it be insolvent forever, we could also just increase benefits for people. Like, unironically, we could reduce the retirement age. It would be amazing. You know, instead of retiring at, you know, what is it now, 67? You could retire at 60. It would be amazing.
Does not, you eliminate overnight any sort of solvency issue that the right wing and Republicans want to tell you that Social Security has. So let's revisit why.
What about the price of anime figures?
On
I don't know, Crunchyroll's having a warehouse sale right now. I think you're okay.
Now, if we want to, like, the idea on its face, I think is something that could potentially be negotiable, right? Because on its face, it's not like on its face, not whatever. But the way that they have structured, the way that Donald Trump...
No, Screech. The reason Social Security's trust fund is running out of money is exactly what AOC is describing. It's because we stop having, you know, people pay into it once they make $250,000 a year. And if we made millionaires and billionaires pay into it the same way, it would never go insolvent. It would never go bankrupt. There's no chance of that ever happening.
And the Republican Party have structured the no tax on Social Security benefits. Their proposal is the following. Currently, Social Security, the taxes on Social Security benefits actually go around, the taxes on Social Security benefits go around to help fund Social Security. It goes back into the Social Security fund. Now, when they take away the taxes on Social Security benefits,
what Trump is proposing that they do is you take away the tax and then you take away the Social Security funding. So the way that the little wrapper that they've put on it is no tax on Social Security, but the fine print is that they're trying to make Social Security run out of money faster. They're trying to bankrupt Social Security by selling it as a no tax on Social Security benefits. Now, if we wanted to approach that, we would lift the cap on lift the $250,000 income cap on Social Security so that we can fully fund Social Security, not have to worry about a solvency issue at all, and then we can talk about the tax on benefits and see what possibilities there are there. So
that's how you negotiate.
Scam, and then no tax on overtime. Okay, I hear that. Also, just so you know, there are some people and some professions on overtime that also make a lot of money. And so, is there going to be any income cap on that? Because I will tell you, Republicans want to means test Medicaid left, right, up, and down. You all know, if anybody here has ever had any experience with Medicaid, they like...
You have to jump through an infinite number of hoops. It is soul-sucking just to get Medicaid coverage.
They basically floss everything about your life for you to be able to get the tiniest amount of help on your health care. So if we're going to give a huge amount of money for no tax on overtime, are they going to plan on doing the same thing? Or is there going to be any sort of income cap on it? Or can you make an unlimited amount of income and still get the tax benefits? What if you make $250,000 a year? Do you still think that those folks shouldn't pay taxes? Shouldn't contribute? What about people who make most of their, it's not to say that these things are flat out up or down. It's to say those are the only 3 proposals that really have any relevance to working people. And I'm just saying, think about it a little bit more. Just think about it just a little bit under the surface. And even then, those 3 things, no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no benefits, and no tax on overtime, represent this much of a tax package that is this big. And this much of it is give money to Elon Musk, give money to Jeff Bezos, give money to Mark Zuckerberg, give money to the biggest corporations in America, and this much of that tax package has anything to do with you, and even this part is still kind of scamming you a little bit. So that's in terms of the substance of it. And then, by the way, all of this, the money for all of this is taking out of Medicaid. We're going to take all of this out of Medicaid, and then we're going to move it over here, give this much to billionaires.
She's nailing it.
I am from a donor state. We are a net positive for the government. Musk is biggest welfare baby there ever was, and he will never need this. Social Security is also not a lot to live on.
Yeah, they're taking from the most vulnerable members of society in order to fuel the next rocket ship for one of these billionaires. It's insane. It's criminal. It is disgusting. And I think, if these cuts do pass, and we will, all of us here will fight them tooth and nail to try and stop that from happening. But if we do lose on this and these do pass, take some cold amount of comfort that the suffering that will be unleashed on the American people will make it impossible for them not to radicalize. Understand that is the scale and intensity of these cuts. That's kind of where I'm at. They're kind of, you know, if they get the world that they want, they aren't going to like living in it. You know, these billionaires are not going to enjoy their lives in the world that they are trying to create.
Give this much in dubious things, maybe for you because it sounds good on a podium.
Inform and organize.
When you actually open the hood, it's kind of crazy. So that's that. And I'm gonna see if I can take a. So I know people are like crying, but listen, I just want to break that down for you. But I don't want to just leave you with that. Okay. I want to, I'm going to dive into some of your questions here. Folks are saying, AOC, we're listening. We hear you. Tell us what to do. So, I think there's a couple of things. There are some folks that are on here that are interested in electoral actions. Some people here who are not interested in electoral actions. I'm going to start electorally. These Republicans, I'm telling you all, they are getting scared.
Yep.
Trump not mentioning Medicaid at the State of the Union is the game. He doesn't talk about what he fears. And he knows it's dynamite. The House Republicans know that it's dynamite for them. And
it's fucking poison is what it is.
That's why they're talking about not hosting town halls. We need to be creatively organizing in Republican districts. And I don't want to hear que lo que Republicans don't listen. They are afraid of this.
Yeah. Hit them where it's hurting them. You know? Hit them where it's hurting them. Create, you know, if you live in a deep red Republican district, create find a venue, organize together with local folks in your area, get a venue, create a town hall event, and invite your sitting representatives or senator to that event. Advertise it, reach out to your local media, and if they don't show up, have an empty chair town hall where you can basically use all of that media that you've organized. You can use all of that pressure you've organized in order to list the grievances and publicize the cowardice of these Republicans, because they are deeply vulnerable on this particular issue, and it's why not a single goddamn one of them wants to talk about it. It's why they're so eager to offload that work to Elon Musk and Doge. Legitimately going to bring up that up at DSA? Yeah. Empty chair town halls have been a pretty effective tool to get media messaging out there, especially in local, in a local fashion.
Telling you, if they weren't afraid of it,
Indivisible is also doing really good outreach.
Continue to be hosting their town halls. If they weren't afraid of it, Trump would have said something.
Alexia Rose, understandable.
They're afraid of it. And the reason they're trying not to host the town halls.
Mini-Me, thank you for the $5 dono.
People use the term obscene amount of money. I don't think they get what that really means. It's obscene cause that amount of wealth is taken from the economy, making everyone suffer because of it.
Yeah, it's the money doesn't circulate.
Trump is not even using the word Medicaid at the State of the Union speech is precisely because they don't want people talking about it, and they don't want people making noise about it. So what we need to do is that if you are near a Republican district, which a lot of
Brutus Magnuson, it's not just an empty chair town hall isn't just a bunch of people show up and look at an empty chair. You get speakers who are willing and prepped to go up if the candidate doesn't show up to take questions. You know, you use that momentum and power in order to further your cause. It's the entire purpose of organizing one of them.
If you are near a Republican district, and not even if you're near a Republican district, if you are in a Republican district and your Republican is not hosting a town hall, it's time to do community town halls.
Boom. Okay. I swear I did not pre-watch this. I swear I didn't pre-watch it. I did not, but she's 100% correct.
It's time to do community teach-ins. It's time to do community town halls. It is time to start advertising their absence. Okay? Advertise their absence. In New York City has a representative. New York City has a Republican representative, Nicole Malliotakis. Brooklyn and Staten Island. It is time, if she is following the party line and not doing a town hall, guess what? It's time for you to do a town hall. It's time for us to start doing community town halls. Mike Lawler.
And if they don't want to, drag the media there, and then try and drag that representative there kicking and screaming. And if they won't go, use the platform to speak out against them and to point out their cowardice.
Chester County. You've got Republicans all across the country. If Jeff Van Drew in New Jersey, we've got, I don't want y'all to say this is an R+20 seat. Guys, if Democrats have lost D+, a lot seats over the years, Republicans can lose R+10 seats.
Yeah, if you can find a group of willing folks to go to your representative's office or your senator's office, grab some local media to go with you, with your group. Invite them along. I'm sure they would love to try and get those scoops. If we can't rely on mainstream media, we have to rely on local media. We have to rely on non-traditional media, like yours truly. You've got to rely on folks out there who are fighting the good fight. Shimp together strong,
Just straight up. Like, if Democrats can step on a rake, Republicans can step on a rake. And I am telling you, they are stepping on one of the biggest rakes in modern American history. We are seeing Social Security. They are messing with Social Security, y'all. I need you to understand.
AOC hasn't mentioned it, at least not yet, but they cut 60% of the field offices for the Social Security Administration. They fired thousands of employees. This is another way to render the services inoperable, and to serve fewer and fewer people, and thus take less money to operate. So they're trying to go after Social Security in a bunch of sideways ways, just trying to knife it from behind rather than through the appropriate channels, as it were. And it's, of the 10 field offices they had, Comrade Girl, they're consolidating all of them down to 4. So 6 of them got cut.
How much of a political no-go that has been for
Still
both
don't know if this is
parties
live. I don't know. Figure it out.
For a reason. Because your stuff will collapse. Republicans have wanted to go after Social Security for a long time. They haven't, because if they did, they would lose in big numbers. In big numbers. MAGA's on Medicaid. And
Most of the Republican Party is on Medicaid, Medicare, and Social Security. Like they know this. They are going after the very foundation of their base, and they're going after it anyway. You know, like again, if these cuts go through, once people start feeling them, I have no idea what's going to happen. But like when people keep asking me, are we still in the cool zone? Yeah, we're still in the cool zone. It's not a great place to be.
Medicaid. And I've had family on Medicaid.
They voted for this. Literally no Republican no like baseline MAGA voter voted to cut Mima off her Medicaid or Social Security. They didn't vote for this. They may have voted for bigoted, petty, disgusting reasons that we disagree with for Donald Trump. They may have been suckered in by Make America Healthy Again or whatever, but like not a single goddamn one of those average working people voted to cut Medicaid and Social Security. That's why Republicans are so afraid of actually touching it, because they know what a betrayal to their base it is. And like, I understand not having a ton of sympathy for that. I get it. Trust me, I get that. But one of the things we gotta reckon with is that we're like the people in charge of our country right now are fascists. They are literal goose-stepping, Hitler-saluting fascists. And one of the things we don't have the luxury of doing in a time like this is being like, well, looks like all those people are about to get fucked. That's what they deserve. And it's like, does that help us? Does that help us oust the fascists that are currently in power? Our enemies are the fascists. Our enemies are the powerful. And when I look at a bunch of people, millions upon millions of people who are about to be fucked by this, I see millions and millions of people who we can potentially radicalize to become better, whether they are MAGA or non-voters or liberals or what have you. Regardless of what their current political positions are right now, those are people who, in their rage, in their turmoil, in their desperation, we can reach and we can radicalize into our currently existing organizations. That's why it's important to build up those structures right now. It's why it's really important for us to do it now.
Keep up the
guys.
Good work, streamer lady. No notes.
Spaghetti Snakes, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. I appreciate that immensely. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But yeah, understand that like we don't really have the luxury of like purity testing who we're working with when we are fighting a big tent battle against the fascists. All we can do is radicalize folks to as close as we can get them to our positions, and we'll sort the rest out after we've won. You know? That's where we're at. But I'm already radicalized? Great. Radicalize others. That's the entire point. If you have already been radicalized, then your duty is to radicalize others.
This is the part when people want to talk about transcending party. When people want to talk about transcending party, now's the moment to transcend party. If you are a fan of Donald Trump and you...
Hey, the Left Tech Cat, if you're coming into my chat to ask me to advocate for violence, you understand I can't do that, right? You understand the limitations of my present position and why I can't do that, right? And honestly, when you come in here and you do that, what it indicates to me is you either are woefully ignorant of the position of people like myself, or you are someone agitating in a bad faith manner to get people like me arrested or visited by the Secret Service, what have you. And that's not useful to what we're doing either. So I want you to really consider your words and how, like, you need to understand the position of different things and how power works here.
Streams, welcome. I'm still fighting for your health care anyway. If you are MAGA and you're on Social Security, congratulations. Welcome. I'm fighting for your benefits too. Because I actually believe that people should age with dignity in this country.
Hell yeah. Old people shouldn't be just thrown into the gutter when they stop being able to work or stop wanting to work. Go off, Queen. Smelanie, good luck on your midterm. You got this. You got this. I'll try and take a look at these pictures after we finish this segment. Okay, maybe one is a treat. Look at that. Look at Oliver. What a gorgeous pup. Thank you for sharing him with us, Melanie. Just a little puppy break. Rest in peace, King. What a gorgeous pup. I really do appreciate you sharing him with us, Melanie.
The issue I have with this line of thought is that those are generally the kinds of people who will stab us in the back the moment they get theirs.
And Alexis Vandam, I understand that concern, but I do think that generally speaking, being concerned about that is like a luxury. And when we're fighting against a fascist coup in the most powerful country on earth, I think it's a luxury we can't afford. And instead, what is best to do is to go forward with a big open tent while making sure we don't allow them to get into a position to do that in the first place. And that is also one of the reasons why I encourage people to organize today, because you organize today to have those strong institutions that are capable of withstanding some kind of betrayal like that. You organize today in order to have the strength to defeat those people should they turn on you as well. It's the entire point of organizing. It's the entire point of the game.
I believe that people should have access to health care. They want to talk about work requirements. They want to say,
hey,
I got thrown into the gutter when I had outlived my usefulness. In the snow, 5 miles uphill each way, and I was happy.
Every day I would get thrown into the gutter and I had to crawl up that hill both ways. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs, Sake Tanuki. And you guys have unlocked the outfit, but we'll finish this. We'll finish this segment first, huh?
people with benefits, Medicaid especially. I want to take all your preconceptions just like about any other program to the side for a second. Medicaid specifically, they want to talk about adding more work requirements to Medicaid. The amount of people who like fall under this like percentage wise, it is almost no one. It is almost no one. What does happen when you implement paperwork requirements? Sorry guys, I didn't weave in my ends here. If you're a knitter, I need to do that next, but I was really excited about finishing the sweater, so I put it on.
It's a good sweater, Queen. It's a good sweater. Yeah, you should be excited about it. What a milestone.
What was I saying? So if you are, what was I talking about? I was talking about Social Security. Guys, help me out in the chat. Oh yeah, work requirements. The amount of people that like are actually, you know, if you are, for example, 29 and you're on Medicaid, and you are not working, you are most likely disabled. You most likely have a major disability. Like these ideas, when they talk about like, you know, if you do not have a job and you do not have a job for a long period of time, and like the percentage of people on Medicaid, it's like, I don't quote me on it, but I think it's like 3 or 4%. Very, very, very small. And those are people who are often looking for work. And the vast majority of people on Medicaid, low income, because we know what private health insurance is like, right? Low income.
Oh, sorry, you're blue. Thank you for the $5 super
Our
chat.
gutters were filthy, but we didn't complain. We were happy to have gutters at all.
Kids these days taking their gutters for granted. Back in my day, we just died in the street like dogs. We liked it.
Major disabilities that would really prevent people from having like full-time work.
We laugh or we cry, you know?
Or, you know, any other kind of extenuating circumstance. Medicaid has been means tested to death. So they're coming after it. And like, this is as someone who believes that healthcare is a human right. I personally believe in a single payer healthcare system. But, you know, if you want to compromise and go with a public option, you know, at the end of the day, like,
Wait, you understand that Second Amendment rights here in America protect you from a lot of things, like, and allow you to do things like own a gun. They don't allow you to do things like say, I'm going to use this gun to like insert activity to insert X political figure, right? Like you understand that the Second Amendment doesn't protect your right to like threaten to do heinous acts of violence to other people. Like I can't sit here and tell you guys to go buy guns and to attack insert political figure. Like that's not me doing my duty or due diligence as like a, you know, streamer, broadcaster, whatever you want to call it. I can't in good conscience tell you to do that. If that's the kind of action you are wanting to seek out, you are welcome to do it. But like if you're just expressing disappointment that you're not going to get this here, that's like going to an Arby's and expressing disappointment that you're not getting a 5-course meal, you know, made by a Michelin star chef. Like it's not like you're just not understanding what you're asking for. And honestly, you cannot do that, especially in this case. Like I'm just gonna throw this out there. I'm just throwing this out there, okay? There's currently legislation in this country to try and make it so that people like me are illegal. That like if I go and use the wrong bathroom, I can be labeled a sex offender and arrested, and heinous things done to my body without my consent. You know, that's a reality in this country. It's also a reality that the Department of Homeland Security has recently allowed itself to investigate openly LGBTQ people for being, you know, traitors to the country. And I gotta let you know, like, if you are here saying, "Oh, you streamer, you need to be more violent in your rhetoric and need to encourage people to take up arms." Like, this is not the place to do that. It never was. Understand that, like, if you are at all serious about this, that is not the kind of action you take in public. And it's certainly not something I would ever advocate on this platform. Like, it disappoints me sometimes when folks who advocate for violence like that do not understand the circumstances in which they are advocating for it. And I do have to say, it's a lot easier to advocate for violence in a country you aren't in. It's a lot easier to sit back and say, in your country, people should go and take up arms against that government. Why aren't you guys calling for that? And it's
Republicans know that rape is inevitable for trans women in a men's prison. They understand and want it. The R in Republican stands for grape.
Yeah. Yeah. Screech, the Department of Homeland Security used to have units that would investigate people for being queer. It comes from a period in the country's history called the Lavender Scare. And yeah, it's something to be aware of.
Can happen, in my view,
not that long ago,
the worst sin that can happen is that you accidentally gave someone health care, you accidentally let someone see a doctor, and that is like a crime. Because why? And before people say we don't have the money for it, we don't quote unquote have the money for a better and improved social safety net, because we let assholes like Elon Musk gut Medicaid and gut Social Security in order for him to pay for his own tax cuts, and B, his own $1 billion in private federal contracts. This guy takes billions and billions of your tax dollars, of your public funds, and it's not just Elon. All these guys, a lot of these tech guys that were standing behind Trump at the inauguration, a lot of tech talks about themselves as tech, but they're really just defense contractors. They're the new Boeing. They're the new Lockheed Martin. They're defense contractors. And they are robbing us of the tiny slivers of what we have left in our collective public social safety net.
Yep.
In order
privatize all the little bits they can. Every last bit of it.
Get billion-dollar defense contracts. Because here's the thing. You want to hear another interesting fact? You could fire every single federal worker, and it would still be something only like 4% of the federal budget. Where's all the rest of it going? If you actually wanted to go after waste, fraud, and abuse, you would go after defense contractors. You would go after a lot of other contractors.
You'd go after the companies that lobby the government with hundreds of millions of dollars every year.
But the problem is, those are the guys who are making the money off of cuts to Medicaid, Medicare, and Social Security. And they fund propaganda for it. And they buy platforms like Twitter and Meta and all these other things, and they influence what you see so that you don't see what they do. Okay? So understand the stakes here. So what do? We cannot give up on winning the hearts and minds of our fellow Americans.
And you have to understand, winning the hearts and minds of our fellow Americans isn't just winning over MAGA types. Most of the country doesn't vote. Most of our work is winning over the hearts and minds of people who have lost faith in our ability to change things. The people who don't vote. You know, or liberals who have been worried about, being too extreme in their action and how that may off-put the, other folks. Winning over those two groups of people is way more important, but also, just as we go forward, embracing cruelty for those who are being, denied healthcare or being starved or having their businesses go under. I don't think embracing cruelty towards those folks wins us any kind of solidarity with the other kinds of folks we need to win over. Worth keeping that in mind. Love is what binds us together. Hatred merely drives us apart.
Yes, the power problem is up here, but the actual work, I'm so serious. The actual work that we have to do is on a person-to-person basis. I'm going to take Westchester County as an example. Westchester County, I went to public school in Westchester County. That county, big parts of Westchester.
Real quick, before she gets too deep into this story, I'm going to go smooch the love of my life because I think she might be going to bed. Be right back.
When the Union's inspiration through the workers' blood shall run, there can be no power greater anywhere beneath the sun. Yet what force on earth is weaker than the feeble strength of one? But the Union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever, for the Union makes us strong. Is there aught we hold in common with the greedy parasite who would lash us into serfdom and would crush us with his might? Is there anything left to us but to organize and fight? For the Union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the Union makes us strong. It is we who ploughed the prairies, built the cities where they trade, dug the mines and built the workshops, endless miles of railroad laid. Now we stand outcast and starving midst the wonders we have made, but the Union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the Union makes us strong. All the world that's owned by idle drones is ours and ours alone. We have laid the wide foundations, built it skyward stone by stone. It is ours not to slave in, but to master and to own, while the Union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the Union makes us strong. They have taken untold millions that they never toiled to earn, But without our brain and muscle, not a single wheel can turn. We can break their haughty power, gain our freedom when we learn that the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever, solidarity forever, solidarity forever, for the union makes us strong. In our hands is placed a power greater than their hoarded gold, greater than the might of armies magnified 1,000-fold. We can bring to birth a new world from the ashes of the old, for the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever, solidarity forever, solidarity forever, for the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever, solidarity forever, solidarity forever, for the union makes us strong.
The secret is no juices, Amber Brains. I will have 0 juices on my shirt. I will, however, have lotion on my hands because my partner gets really bad like muscle cramps in her back. So sometimes to help her fall asleep, I give her a back massage. So the quick smooch turned into, targeting a muscle cluster that was causing her a lot of pain. And so no juices on me. How's the bed reconstruction going? You know, it's not reconstructing. We're I'm planning on moving in with my partner in the near future, so it seems pointless to get a bed since we'll be using her bed. So, yeah. Look at the trees. I hope I'm a lovely, thoughtful partner to my partner because she's really, really incredible and deserves every bit of it. Anyway, thank you for being so patient, folks. Let's finish this up.
Circumstance. Medicaid has been means tested to death. To death. So they're coming after it. They're coming after it. And like, this is as someone who believes that healthcare is a human right. I personally believe in a single payer healthcare system. But, you know, if you want to compromise and go with a public option, you know, at the end of the day, like, the worst sin that can happen, in my view, the worst sin that can happen is that you accidentally gave someone health care. You accidentally let someone see a doctor. And that is like a crime because why? And
yeah, I don't know if you think that your method of trying to get unbanned is going to be coming into a different chat to complain about being banned after being told multiple times to knock off inciting language, while being just weirdly angry and unhelpful to people who are acting to try and oppose the current regime. And you think that dropping slurs while trying to like defend yourself is going to be like, you know, the thing that's going to endear everyone to you? No, you're just an asshole. You're just an asshole. And not only are you an asshole, you're an asshole that's incapable of working with others towards a greater goal. You know? Like, I'm sorry, you can point out, like, if your point is, oh, the Second Amendment doesn't actually mean anything, you can do that without talking about it the way you were. It's not difficult. You were talking about it the way you were for a reason. That reason was pointed out to you. You doubled, tripled, and quadrupled down, and then you got banned. After mods pointed out why it was problematic, why I pointed out why it was problematic, and then you threw a bitch fit in YouTube chat about it. Frankly, I'm surprised you lasted this long in this community. When you're like this entire community is built around organizing in solidarity with one another, and your entire existence here tonight was just what? All streamers need to go dark and start organizing their underground cells to like do an uprising. Fair enough, I guess, but like maybe you need to do more work in a less public capacity then, and not berate people who are doing work in a public capacity. You know? I don't know. Be serious and don't be a LARPer, I guess, is my contention there. It's really fucking confusing to me how people are just this hell-bent on being unserious. Like, you can adopt all the language about being serious you want, but if you are, advocating for it in a deeply unserious way, you're dangerous to be around. Any kind of underground movement would not want to associate with you because you cannot control yourself and you cannot be trusted. You couldn't even be trusted in a public chat. Like, good God. I hope other people understand. It's a very basic premise. Okay? Kelsey on Fire. Yeah, there is a link to the website. The website's still under construction, but you can check it out. ImogeneOlivia.com. Still under construction. Still like it still has placeholder merch. We need to get the first sample order back from the factory before we start putting it up on the website. But it's coming soon.
People say we don't have the money for it. We don't quote unquote have the money for a better and improved social safety net because we let
probably Sam and Miss
like Elon Musk
just like a bit more
gut Medicaid and gut Social Security in order for him to pay for his own tax cuts and B, his own $1 billion in private federal contracts. This guy takes billions and billions of your tax dollars, of your public funds, and it's not just Elon. All these guys, a lot of these tech guys that were standing behind Trump at the inauguration, a lot of tech talks about themselves as tech, but they're really
they got a perma ban, Robert. Yeah.
Contractors.
There's a secret super level of ban.
Boeing, they're the new Lockheed Martin. They're defense contractors. And they are robbing us.
Yeah, just to be clear, what she's saying is very important, but I also want to clarify real quick. There are different levels of bans, and usually if someone is banned on the website, they're temporarily banned for like a month, a week, a couple days. The mods are merciful. But there is another level of ban that is just permanent. And yeah, sad to see someone flame out like that.
The tiny slivers of what we have left in our collective public social safety net in order to get $1 billion defense contracts. Because here's the thing, you want to hear another interesting fact? You could fire every single federal worker and it would still be something only like 4% of the federal budget. Where's all the rest of it going? If you actually wanted to go after waste, fraud, and abuse, you would go after defense contractors. You would go after a lot of other contractors. But the problem is, those are the guys who are making the money off of cuts to Medicaid, Medicare, and Social Security. And they fund propaganda for it.
Yeah, guys, part of the reason I don't allow Fed posting in chat is because, one, it's dangerous for you, and two, it's also dangerous for me. Like, it threatens not only my ability to pay my rent and continue existing, but it also threatens my ability to, continue living, because I can be responsible for what you guys say. Understand the dynamic here.
And they buy platforms like Twitter and Meta and all these other things, and they influence what you see so that you don't see what they do. Okay? So understand the stakes here. So what do? We cannot give up on winning the hearts and minds of our fellow Americans.
And I know that we already watched this part, but like I think it's important to go over again, for the people in the back. A bunch of people came in, and also we had a little bit of a break. So let's finish this.
Yes, the power problem is up here, but the actual work, I'm so serious. The actual work that we have to do is on a person-to-person basis. I'm going to take Westchester County as an example. Westchester County, I went to public school in Westchester County. That county, big parts of Westchester, are currently represented by a Republican. Those are like neighbors. Those are people that you know, that I know. Just work on them. And it's not, I'm not saying you have to fight with people. I am saying that the work of persuasion is actually the work of community. And you're not going to persuade anybody. You are not going to debate anybody into your side, into convincing you of your side. You are going to embrace people and connect people and create community with people to win them over. This is a work, because I've got to tell you, because a lot of people say, like, where's the Democratic Party? This is failure of the Democratic Party. And listen, like, it's no secret that I have had my own, I came in primarying a Democrat, okay? Like, I got into office because I ran against a Democrat. And I ran against a member of Democratic leadership. And he had millions and millions of dollars. And I was just a waitress. And we won. And so, when I won, my initial reception from the Democratic Party was extremely hostile. And I was primaried at the first chance that they got, very, very well funded. It was like a $3 million primary challenge against me by my own party. Like, trust me when I say that I get it. And when I am in conversations in these rooms, one of the things that I also learn and also know is that a lot of these people, yes, and it's not to dismiss serious problems with big money. It's not to dismiss the structural corruption that exists in our...
She's walking a very narrow tightrope right here. Girl, we get it. You're in a weird spot to be making these statements. We get it.
System. But also, a lot of people do represent districts that don't see things the same way, who have voters that don't see I have traveled the country, and you would just be really surprised. I mean, guys, Donald Trump won the election, Republicans won the Senate, and Republicans won the House. And some of that was a rejection of Democrats, and some of it was an embrace of Republicans. And we can do things, I think, to shape and address the rejection of the Democratic Party, which in many ways, depending on the thing, I find to be eminently understandable. But I think sometimes people forget at the embrace of the Republican Party, because I think that's harder to look in the mirror. But we have to, if we're going to win this thing. We have to do it.
And also, if you recognize that, like, this past election, just on a basic level, if you recognize that in this past election, it's the first election in, you know, modern electoral history where Democrats lost the working class. And, like, that's one of the facts that I keep coming back to personally. And I think that abandoning the working class, abandoning the ideas of fighting for the worker, for supporting living wages, for supporting, you know, people getting homes and housed, like abandoning all of these ideas on the federal level, I think, you know, abandoning unions, abandoning worker co-ops, abandoning all of these things that made America great. Like, if you recognize that is the reason Democrats lost the working class, then you need to understand that if Democrats are to embrace those policies, people who are currently Trump voters would migrate to stand in solidarity with Democrats, people who voted for Kamala Harris. You know, people are people. They're complicated. It's easy to simplify people down and say, well, you know, I hate them because they voted for the wrong guy. And, like, yeah, sometimes it is that simple, you know? But overall, we need to approach the time we're in with clear eyes and understand that we are forming a coalition movement to take down a fascist dictatorship or a would-be fascist king. You know, that's what we are doing. That is the project we are working on. And we're working on that project. We need as many people as will join us. And I think we can get a lot of people, good people, honest people, hardworking people who, you know, are looking for someone to champion worker rights. I think ultimately the cause of the worker is one of the greatest sources of solidarity and strength we have. And we need to tap into that in order to fully mobilize.
We just do. And that is actually, like, that is lateral work. That is the work of community. It's the stuff that we don't want to do, right? No one wants to be, like, there are plenty of folks, and some people are legitimately not sick. Like, I'm not going to sit here and tell the trans community to endanger themselves or anything like that. But, like, you know,
yeah, I guess the point that I've made this point before, and I guess what I was trying to do is, like, tie that in. But, like, if all you're doing as part of, like, you know, if you are in on this project of building and mobilizing folks against the fascist administration, then you need to be aware that messaging like, fuck anyone who voted for Donald Trump, fuck, you know, fuck farmers, whatever, like that doesn't go very far. That might make you feel good in the now, but it does not help us build solidarity. I don't know. The people who are currently on the line see that rhetoric and they say no thanks.
People out there, like, if you actually have ever canvassed before and knock on doors, you know that, like, most people do not have neat worldviews that fit in one category or another. It's a hodgepodge of things.
You know, Delta Who, you say that now, but we'll see what tune they sing when their grandma dies in their arms because they're not getting their Social Security check. The amount of suffering, like, you can say, oh, the Trumpers I know, they'd suffer any kind of loss. I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true at all. Again, to reiterate the point I'm trying to make, the suffering, should these cuts come to pass, we will do everything we can to oppose them. The suffering that is going to come to pass is going to be a radicalizing moment for every man, woman, and child in this country. You know, it's gonna be the moment, the catalyst for people to decide what kind of person they want to be going forward. And it's going to be an opportunity for people to change their minds and fix their hearts. And I think we need to be ready to rise to that occasion in kind. You know, I know not all of us have our hearts fixed. I know not all of us have our minds set on good goals, but you know what? We got to get to fixing our hearts too. We got to get to fixing our shit. And we got to organize together in solidarity. We can't be doing these petty infighting like fights anymore. We don't have that luxury. We either band together or we die, and that's kind of where we're at. Like I don't know how else to like say it, but like we're in a moment where you band together or you die. And if your response to that moment is, well, I guess I'll die, then good luck to you. You know? I, for one, I'm not built like that. I will do everything I can for me and mine to survive. And I will stand with whoever I gotta stand with to make that happen. And at the end of the day, once we're past this time of crisis, I will fight every single person who might want to oppose a better world being constructed from the ashes of the old. And I hope you guys will fight alongside me to do that. But like, if I gotta do it all by myself, I fucking will. But I believe that on some level, workers in this country are bound together by class in a way that will allow us to come together when this suffering hits us, when the mask comes off the class war. At least I hope so. Because if not, I guess we're fucked. So that's my analysis.
And they'll have some from one and some from the other. And like, the most important thing that you can do.
Well, again, Brassman, you have to understand that the suffering that I'm talking about has not happened yet. We have not seen almost $1 trillion cut from Medicaid. We have not seen Social Security checks stop coming out. Okay? When we start seeing those things happen, that's the suffering I'm talking about. I'm talking about actually tens of thousands of elderly people dying in the street. I'm talking about actually, you know, children starving in their parents' arms. I'm talking about actual fucking suffering, not like, oh man, I had to buy the generic brand. Like I'm talking like the people cannot conceive of the fucking crisis that is barreling towards us. And I do not think many of you understand exactly how bad this can be. There is just a vague understanding that like, oh man, it'll be pretty bad, but like, oh, things haven't changed so far. This is a level of bad that changes things.
We have to work with people we don't like a whole lot to stop genuine evil. Have to come to terms with it. Thanks Jack/Mods for looking out for us.
And Pseudo, you're very welcome. Thank you for the $5 super chat. And does that mean we work with like people who burn crosses? No. Does that mean we work with people who are sea hiling? No. Does it mean we work with people we have some pretty serious disagreements with? Maybe. Yeah, maybe. Depends on the kind of disagreement. But like, when we're talking about this, like, I don't know. Like, we don't have the luxury of purity testing. We don't have the luxury of means testing our allies to the degree some people really seem to want to do it, you know? I don't get it. Are you talking Grave of the Fireflies here? I'm talking for like fucking Great Depression. You know, possibly worse.
Is find those people and start to build relationship with them now. Because a lot of people don't change how they vote based on...
Look, Super Jet Guy, if Liz Cheney is willing to change and adopt a unified front, that's all well and good. I'm not willing to adapt and change to Liz Cheney's ghoulish opinions. There's a big difference between building a big tent and shifting that tent over to embrace opinions and positions alien to your own.
They don't... A lot of people may not change how they vote because they see a video from me. Maybe some do. But most people, like a lot of people, will change how they vote based on someone they care about. Sometimes I know a lot of people have had a lot of painful experiences where that's not the case. But if you slowly, you know, it's like when people start seeing actions happen around them, when they start, you know, first it's like, oh, there's a town hall down the street. They're not going to go, but they're going to notice that it's happening. People start getting the message eventually. And that heartbeat starts now. It can, and this is something, this to me is where I think one area where the Democratic Party has historically been quite weak is we can't show up for election season. Like, we need to be beating hearts. We need to be, and I don't mean that like emotionally. I mean like, for me, you know, I won.
Wait, you can't change stupid? You literally can. We call it education. We educate people. Like that's what changing stupid is. Now, again, when the people we're talking about are going to be radicalized by the suffering, they're going to be looking to change. I'm not talking about like going to your like local MAGA rally and like trying to convert them. I'm talking about your Republican coworker at work who's having questions and really struggling with like the fact that their kid just got denied Medicaid. You know, I'm talking about having a heart-to-heart with that guy and inviting him to whatever organization you are currently organizing with, if it's DSA or Indivisible or something else. I'm talking about like looking around you, seeing who is being affected by the oncoming deluge of bullshit and suffering that is going to hit every single person, every single family, and having some goddamn empathy and inviting people who are hurt in. Because by reaching out and building those bonds, that is what solidarity is. I'm not saying go up to your local like Nazi cosplayer and invite them into your like circle. These people will just blame someone else? Yeah, some of them might. Some of them might. But some of them might not. And if the idea here is to invite people who haven't voted, who may have voted left or right, in, you got to look around you and see who you can reach. You're not going to be able to reach everyone. You're not going to have a 100% success rate. No one does. But you got to look at what you can do. And if your reaction to like someone whose kid is being denied medical coverage is, I'm going to tell you this right now, it's not going to win you over anyone who is typically not aligned with a political movement. It's not going to win you over people who are ignorant. It's not going to win you over disaffected liberals, to radicalize them to better leftist politics. It's not going to win you over any fucking one, because no one wants to work with a smug fucking prick who laughs in the face of someone whose child is like dying. And that's what, for whatever reason, there is this impulse in a lot of people right now, and I get it, because Republicans fucked us all over, to point at people who are currently getting fucked over and go, heh heh, and it's just, it might make you feel good. It's not building the movement. And what we need right now is to build the fucking movement. That is our task. Feeling personally good and personally like vindicated and personally like, oh man, I really showed them. That's a luxury for you. That's a luxury for any one of us who engages in that behavior. And it's a luxury that we do not have, we do not have time for anymore. It's time for our organizing skills to grow the fuck up.
Election. And because I ran on a message of, and I ran against, the whole reason I ran is because I felt like our local representation was taking us for granted, and he wasn't accountable, and that, there wasn't accountability to us. That's why I ran. And so because I won the way that I did.
Yeah, take all of the energy and the negative wishes and negative, negative ideas you are pushing onto red state voters, people who are going to feel the effects of this, and channel it towards the people who are actually doing this, the billionaire class. Instead of targeting people who are already fucked beyond belief, target the people who are doing, the fuckery, who are stealing from all of us. Target those people with your ire and your internet sass, not people who maybe should have known better but didn't. Fuck the corpos. Exactly. You get it, Soren. I don't know. It to me that makes sense, but if it makes you feel good to say fuck all red states, I hope they all burn, and I hope all the millions of people that live there suffer and die. I guess go do that, but I don't think it's particularly helpful, and I think it will be in fact actively hurtful.
Ran against the Democratic Party establishment because I wasn't supposed to win, because they still tried to kick me out. I never took that for granted. And I do year-round organizing.
Look, it's fine if you want to take that chuckle, but that also means you don't have a place here. This, I'm sorry, this is a place that is meant to be for people who want to build something. This is not meant to be a place to just say, oh, fuck all those people, because I want to build a country that does right by every worker, not just some workers. I want a country that will support everyone. I want a movement that will provide Medicare for all, not just Medicare for people I like. I'm sorry, it's not housing for just the people I agree with. It's housing for all. It's not public, free transit for, just my peeps, my friends, and fuck everyone else. That's the exact attitude of the billionaire class. And I will not stand for it being replicated in this fucking community. You can go and replicate the same kind of ideologies as Elon Musk, the same kind of outlook as Jeff Bezos elsewhere, not here.
Only one. There are plenty of good members that I think sometimes don't get the attention that they deserve, and do really good work. But It's
Yeah, I guess if your my opinion is if your approach to coalition building is fuck everyone who disagrees with me, like you're not going to build a very good coalition, I guess.
the party, it's like all of us. And it's about who we can change. It's about who we can change.
No one's saying you fight. No one's fight. God damn it. Whatever. I'm gonna ignore people in chat who are making me angry.
Hard.
And
right?
completely
How
missing
many
the
of you-
fucking point.
How many of us have had a family member or like someone that you care about that you've lost to this kind of like Trump dark web? How many young boys do you know that get sucked up into like this Andrew Tate stuff? I feel genuinely really, I don't even feel defensive about it or angry about it. I feel like really bummed that the right wing is like really dooming a lot of little trying to doom a lot of little boys into unhappiness and like conditioning a lot of men into loneliness because of these ideas that they have around other people. Like, it's really sad to be like, it's genuinely sad. And, you know, I think that work that's like really complicated, that's the work that we need to do. There's just...
It's the work that we need to do, but also understand that what is coming, should these cuts be passed, the amount of suffering opens the window for people to start questioning their most fundamental beliefs about politics. The entire purpose of what it means to be a socialist and a fighter for the working class. I am a socialist. I believe in the workers owning the means of production. I believe in democratic worker co-ops that are cooperatively owned by the people who work at them. I believe in like these fundamental sets of principles where people who live in a modern society should have things guaranteed to them like Medicare for all and housing and energy and what have you. You know, food, water, the most basic things imaginable should be guaranteed by our society. And those guarantees extend to everyone without exception. In an ideal world, everyone gets access to those things. And I am extraordinarily skeptical of people who come into this kind of mobilization, this kind of organizing, and this kind of leftist politicking with the idea that, well, actually, you should means test it to exclude people I don't like. It's disappointing. There are a few things as demoralizing to me as seeing folks who should agree with those concepts rejecting them when it comes to inconvenient examples. Like, I believe that a fundamental component of our organizing and our shared belief systems should be painting a better future. Not just regaining some status quo that kind of sucked for everyone. It should be building a better future. Where no one has to go hungry, where no one has to fear about the cleanliness of their water or contaminants therein, where everyone has a roof over their head, where everyone is able to live and thrive. What's the difference between socialism and communism? Well, in the past, they've been used interchangeably, and to this day, they're somewhat used interchangeably. But the differentiation I make is that socialism could be considered like worker ownership of the means of production. with various social safety nets, whereas communism would be, workers own the means of production, plus the, abolition of the commodity form, i.e. money, and abolition of the state.
Where do I sign up to be a cybernetic space elf? This timeline sucks. There.
Well, one-eyed heathen, if I knew that, I would be first in line to sign up to be a cybernetic space elf, because that sounds great. But yeah, communism incorporates the worker ownership element, but also adds the abolition of currency, money, and also the abolition of the state. And so, as such, we've never really seen a communist society, and we've never really seen a socialist society, although you can find perhaps a few small-scale examples in various places. But, most socialist projects have been sabotaged by, the United States. Can you address fixing birth rates? I don't think birth rates need to be fixed, to be completely honest with you. I think that our concern should be building the best society we can get, and if we still have birth rate issues, I think, let me put it this way, I think in a socialist society, you could have a stable birth rate and like just a stable population, and that would not be a problem, because a socialist society would not need constant eternal growth in the same way a capitalist society requires productivity to increase. I thought that's anarchist community. Sarah Scorpion, anarcho-communism is that's communism. The communism that like Marx describes as kind of like a melting away of the state, like a slow diminishment over time for the need for money and the need for a state, and thus like at some point they simply cease to exist or need to exist. But yeah, I don't as just the jazzed throwaway count 1 2 3. Yeah, I think your main proposition is largely fed upon by white supremacist ideology. It's not a real concern to have. This Marx fellow sounds pretty based, actually. I agree. Yeah. Yes, but even if we're under a socialist issue, you still probably wouldn't have kids. Just because you're transgender, there's a stigma around that, but you're still a human and should have at least have a child. I think that's up to every single person to decide for themselves. I think if we get into any kind of situation where the state is dictating whether or not people have children, that is not a state worth having. And frankly, you don't want to go down that road with me, because I don't really believe that states should exist, but like that's not something I actively advocate for, because I think any kind of state abolition in like an actual sense is like maybe 1,000 years away from where we are right now. Y'all are sidetracking me. I just want to finish this conversation. We have like a minute and a half left.
Around it. I mean, I know you and I, like, you see those election results. Like, Trump has substantial support, and we have to do a lot of work. Yes, targeting it up at people in power, but if we can do the lateral work and showing up laterally, It's not just, it is about applying pressure to elected officials.
Yeah. As JM, you're really bad at concealing your power level. Just say what you actually believe, dog. Like, if you're gonna come into chat and, like, I don't know, poke folks, at least be honest about your political beliefs. You don't gotta pretend. We all know exactly what you are. Fucking scum.
It is also about transforming each other. And let me tell you, they do it to us. Don't they? Don't they? You know?
Oh no. Unban.
Gen Z had a decent amount of Gen Z. I mean, listen, Gen Z didn't vote for Trump. Let's be very clear. But there were numbers there. Gen X was like the most Trumpy voting generation. They voted, I believe they voted for Trump more than even baby boomers did. You know, but here's the thing. If they swung it, so can we. And we really need to do that work because it is foundational. It is foundational, and it's where they have direct.
I'm sorry, London was 97.7% native in 1961. It is 36.6% native in 2025. Address it. Yeah, fuck the British. Fuck the British Empire. There you go. You colonized a huge swath of the world, and now you're upset that the people you colonized came to England. Oh no. I don't know, fucking grow up. And I don't know, learn how to embrace spices. Fucking stole the world's spices. Use it in your fucking food. God. Most flavorless beans in the goddamn universe.
Their energy, and it's time for us to do that too. So, wrapping up, it's midnight. That was a long ass speech, and I got work tomorrow. See y'all. Bye-bye.
AOC is correct. I think that I do think that she focuses a little bit too much on, like, reforming folks who have gone down this pipeline. I think maybe focusing on, again, of course, my way of focusing on it was better, but focusing on the potential damage and the window of opportunity that opens for us to radicalize folks to a left-leaning, better perspective and political framework is hard to understate. It's going to be the opportunity for us to embrace a big coalition, to convince people, to change minds, to change hearts, and to march in solidarity with one another in opposition to these fascists. That is our goal. You know? Isaac Inanimate, I do appreciate your comment to that white supremacist piece of shit being, if you're so concerned about your bloodline, go back to screwing your mom. That's a top tier comment right there. Yeah, shootbang.exe. Exactly. In YouTube chat writes, I was radicalized coming out of college into Trump term 1 from a libertarian to a leftist, so it can happen. I used to be a conservative. I was raised in a conservative evangelical household. I was a Bible camp counselor for multiple years. And I was someone who, I wasn't convinced, about all the LGBTQ stuff going on. And that's directly because my father always told me growing up, you tolerate queer people, but you never accept them, And so into my 20s, I struggled with that and ultimately realized that that belief was evil and wrong. And also, shortly after that, I realized I was probably transgender. And, and then, I was probably bisexual. But, like, that took work. That took time. And that took a lot of patience from people, No one starts out with perfect politics. And no one stays with the same political beliefs they had as a child. So, I'm not saying you can save or change every single person's mind, because you can't. And I would never say that. But I am saying we need to make good faith efforts to try and do that. Building more and more bonds with other folks is what helps them change their hearts. That may be an inconvenient truth to a lot of people, but that is undeniably the truth. How do you cope with talking to people that live in a separate reality and believe in alternate reality? I mean, frankly, Innie, you can't reach everyone. And there are going to be some people who, do the spirit science thing where they're just like, I just believe Donald Trump is good because I watch him and he aligns all 5 of my chakras and, my spiritual crystals resonate with his energy. And like, there's not much you can do there. The appeals you have to make in that case are emotional. They have to be interpersonal. And that is very difficult. And additionally, like, if you're talking about alternative facts, they believe like the MAGA alternative facts world, eventually there is going to be a fulcrum point where their alternative facts affect them. People can believe in alternative facts or like alternative realities, or they can believe, the moon people are controlling the world or whatever. But at some point, these economic policies are going to come home to roost for a lot of people. There is going to be a moment for them where reality connects and contradicts this entire mythos that they have built up. And your job is not to necessarily counteract that entire mythos. It's to open the door to the possibility that the person who is currently fucking them and their family and the people they love and care about is Donald J. Trump, the guy who literally declared himself a king. And his grand vizier Elon Musk. That's the name of the game, and it's not difficult to do. We read, was it Common Sense, where Thomas Paine talks about like one of the drawbacks of authoritarianism is that at the end of the day, when people get screwed over, they know who's responsible for screwing them over. Like, it's a very simple system that allows individuals to wield massive amounts of power, but that has a downside, and that's that everyone knows who's responsible for that. And like, you at a certain point you can keep up making lies, and you aren't ever going to be able to reach people who continue to do that. But usually there is going to come a point where someone is going to get fucked by something, and they're going to have to realize and contend with what exactly happened to fuck them. Yeah, and Polybius is 100% correct. Like, not everyone tips over at the same time. It's not going to be like the tariffs hit and, everyone's suddenly open to being radicalized. But like, when those price hikes hit, people are going to start looking at each other going like, what the hell is this? If Medicaid gets cut, people are going to start hearing about their family members not being able to afford oxygen tanks. They're going to be like, what the fuck is this? And if they make Social Security inoperable, people are going to, they're not going to be asking, what the fuck is this? They are going to like find the person responsible and like make it stop. Make the suffering stop. Like that's what happens when we're talking about this level of suffering. Like, regardless of your political predilections, like, that the material circumstances have shifted and by default radicalized you. Comatose, I'm gonna be so fucking relieved if we actually make it to midterms and there are elections. Like, I'm not bullshitting. Like, I'm legitimately worried that our institutions cannot survive what is happening right now for that long. It's terrifying. If we can make it there, I'll feel a lot more secure and a lot safer, but like, holy shit. Yeah, Sherlock Smug, I do remember when Trump massively fucked over farmers, backpedaled, gave them subsidies, and they celebrated him. I do remember that. The issue being that, like, the game is different this time. He's not going to be able to do that with Medicaid and Medicare and Social Security. He can't do it. He can't do that with those three things. He can fuck over people in the economy and like do some limited things without Congress to ease suffering for like farmers or whatever. But like, I think they're going to really know who fucked them this time. And I think at this point, he's offered his supporters exactly nothing in exchange for their loyalty. And that's a huge mistake if your intent is to do a successful coup. Yeah, Dark Gray Otter, we have a document called the Constitution that prevents the executive branch from becoming a king. At least in theory. The entire idea of it is to have a triumvirate body, you know. And you know, the founding fathers didn't really reckon on Congress just saying, yeah, be a king. Actually, they didn't really reckon on that part. They didn't really reckon on the level of corruption Republicans would be operating on. Yeah, Comatose, I haven't seen any evidence that is convincing on that front to me. I think the much simpler answer that we don't need a conspiracy theory for is that Kamala Harris getting her economic talking points from one of the CEOs of Uber was not able to rally the working class base, and she fucked herself. That is my in-depth analysis. What is unitary executive theory? It's basically the theory of how you would make a president into a king. Those things can both be true. I understand that they can both be true, but I just haven't seen any evidence that would support the conclusion that they like hacked the voting systems. I would need some pretty goddamn compelling evidence of that, because when I looked into it last time, a lot of the people who are peddling this, like the election was stolen stuff, were talking about, you know, like gerrymandering and like voter suppression. And like, yeah, those are huge problems, but it's not quite the same as alleging that like the voting systems were hacked and like the voting tallies were changed. And like, honestly, at this point, I don't give a shit. Like, we have to deal with the actual reality. Like, if you came out tomorrow and you had solid evidence of like Donald Trump stealing the election, it would not change the current power dynamics, you know? Have you seen the exit polling? I have seen the exit polling, but I gotta tell you, exit polling does not convince me that the election was stolen in that way. Yeah, people being purged from voter rolls, that's a thing that happened. And that is also a thing that happens. That is a common form of voter suppression. I'm not saying it's good. I'm just saying, like, that's almost a norm to expect from Republicans. It's not in order to establish like the theft of the election, you need to go well beyond what they normally do. I can't believe that's even legal. It shouldn't be. We woo the wrong? Exactly. Do not ask, demand your elected representatives do better. Demand it. And with that, folks, we've come to the end of the segment. We did it. We made it through the entire segment with AOC. We finally did it. Despite all of your best attempts to distract me, we did it. We made it through the end. And honestly, I do think that that ending message is fundamentally what we are starting to see here in America. We are starting to see people get serious about organizing. You know, last time what we saw was that pussy hat protest, you know, the Women's March. We saw, and what really came of that, you know, just, you know, biggest protest in American history. What did we win? What did we actually get from that protest? We didn't actually get much of anything, you know? We got nothing. And what we need to kind of recognize here is that I think what we're seeing is that the kind of organizing that's unfolding is sustainable, it is powerful, and it is growing. Okay? It is a movement that is bent on change and not just the hand wavy away like, oh yeah, we'll don't you guys worry, go back to sleep, you know, Democratic base. We'll wait and sit here and do nothing until Donald Trump, has done his term, and then we'll come in having done nothing, and you know that's the resistance you want from us. That's what the Democrats are doing. And what is happening is that in spite of Democratic leadership and without Democratic leadership, America is saying, fuck that, I guess we ball. The media coverage is sparse to limited, but if you continue looking at like what is actually going on, people are not just going back to brunch. They are making a weekly, bi-weekly commitment to turn out to protest, to turn out to organize, to turn out to mobilize electorally and whatnot. They are mobilizing shifts to call their representatives in a way that these representatives have never seen before. They are demanding action. And I cannot tell you that it's going to work out. I cannot tell you that it's all going to be okay, but I can tell you that the more of us get involved, the more likely it becomes that things will turn out okay and that we will ultimately win the day. You got to get involved with your local Dems. You got to get involved with your local DSA. You got to get involved with your local Indivisible chapter. You got to get involved with local Tesla takedown protests. You got to get involved with every single thing you can. Use 5calls.org to call your elected representatives every goddamn weekday and let them know what you need them to do. And you know what? When they do something good, let them know that they did good too. You know? Treat them as you would like a Pavlovian dog. Click to give them a treat when they do something good. So what I'm trying to say is that we have hope. Good things are in fact happening, and our hope cannot rely on a Democrat coming in and saving us. It cannot rely on the Democratic Party at large coming in and saving us. It cannot rely on a third party coming in and saving us. It cannot rely on like some good billionaire stepping in to save us. The people who are there to save us are ourselves. So you need to start looking around. Every single person watching this right now needs to look around and say, what can I do today? What can I do? And it is through acting together that we will win. That is the entire history of how democracy functions. It is the entire history of how the labor movement functions. It is the entire history of how the civil rights movement functions. It is reliant on all of us saying, fuck it, we're going to do it ourselves, rolling up our sleeves and acting on it. Okay? One of the ideas I floated earlier, empty chair town hall. If you live, if your elected representatives aren't holding town halls to talk about this, if you live in a Republican district, gather a bunch of people together, figure out a venue, and get press together and invite your representative to a local town hall. Make your own. And then when they don't show up, have speakers ready to go and talk about what he's doing rather than attending this meeting of his constituents or her constituents or their constituents. Do that. You have a ton of options. Get creative about it. Do you have a printer? Do you have ink? Print out flyers, print out pamphlets. One of the ideas I talked about on my YouTube channel just today is virtuous shitposting. Are you a good shitposter? Guess what? Every single one of these billionaire fucks or the lackeys of these billionaire fucks in Congress and in the executive branch, they cannot avoid having shitposters get under their skin. Shitpost. Unironically, shitposting is the modern day pamphleting of our age. Okay, pamphleting is what radicalized the base against monarchies across Europe. Shitposting is what will radicalize the base against the fascism of Donald Trump and Elon Musk. And you know what? If you want to print off some of those shit posts and post them around your neck of the woods, your town, your city, go for it. More people, guys, I cannot understate the influence it has for someone to go out into the world and suddenly in their hometown, in their neighborhood, they see signs calling out Elon Musk and Donald Trump for being the fascist pricks that they are, who are trying to rob you, who are trying to destroy Social Security and Medicaid so that they and their rich asshole friends can get the biggest tax cut of all times. Seeing that physically in your environment emboldens other people. Okay? It makes it real. Think about what you have and what you can do. It can, and then execute it. And when I say if you're going to do online shit posting, go big. Go big with it. Have like a dozen accounts. Why the fuck not? Make it a real hobby project. Dedicate yourself to the art of shit posting. Get viral shit posts. Taking the piss out of these fascist weasels. We are not powerless, and together we can cover a lot more ground than they can. Yeah, get the shit posting subcommittee on your DSA comms. Yeah. Is shit posting active resistance? I think you might be able to term it that, yeah. I don't know, the fact that the vice president of the United States is wasting his time on social media ranting and raving about Jeff computers, that's only good for us. getting under Elon Musk's skin and causing him to like go on a ketamine bender, that's only good for us. All right? These people are weak. And they are vulnerable. And you just gotta hit them where it hurts. So let's get to fucking work. Organize, mobilize, and get out there. Because we gotta win this. It's not really an option to not win this. So let's go out and play for keeps. Boom, nailed it. These people have incredibly thin skin. That's kind of what I was trying to get at. I'm not sure if I communicated that effectively enough, but yeah. Some guy got Muskrat to ban his X account for calling our VP a DEI hire, and that's why you need 12 accounts on the twitter.com. Okay? And guys, understand what a lot of people who have combated fascist movements in the past understood. There is nothing that a fascist can abide less than humor at their expense. And when they lash out inevitably at those people who are making fun of them, it reveals how weak they are. It is not a pretty sight. It does not add dignity or respect to their station. It just makes them look like the petty tyrants they are. It reveals their buffoonishness. And that is really important for, again, widening that opportunity window, getting people to start questioning their fundamental political beliefs about these clowns. Okay? It's really fucking important. So, folks, we've been going for 4.5 hours. If you've been enjoying the show, hit that follow button on Twitch, hit that subscribe button on YouTube, like the goddamn YouTube stream, and please consider dropping those subs, those donos, those memberships, those super chats. And I would really like to continue doing this show and continue being alive. And my existence is dependent upon those aforementioned subs, donos, super chats, etc. Whew. Yeah. Forlorn, thank you for the 30 biddies over on Twitch. I appreciate that. Also, just want to say, it's 2:00 in the morning here. And we have like 470 people watching on a Tuesday night or Wednesday night. That's insane to me. Absolutely insane. Thank you all for being here. I truly appreciate you guys. Will you in the future be going over future Pope replacements? Probably not. On-screen celebration. Woo! It's because you're a great streamer. I'm trying my best. Hey, Spider Pickle. I work in a paper mill where they make me work 2-day shifts and 2 night shifts, so here I am. Well, my sleep schedule is fucked. I'm so sorry, Comatose. That sounds really difficult. Yeah, no Pope draft speculation streams, sadly. I feel like I'm just barely keeping my head above water talking about what is going on actively. Jowser, thank you for the 500 biddies. That closing point, losing is not an option. We don't choose what times we live in. We just choose what we do in them. Exactly, Jowser. You get it. You get it. Would love a Pope draft speculation stream. I cannot even pretend to have expertise in that. We got any other subs, donos, biddies, memberships, etc. Now let's see here.
You know, I'm.
And you know what? You guys did unlock. My outfit, so I will go change into that after I sing a song. Okay? Danger Days has forced me to sing you guys a beautiful ballad. Beautiful song. Let's see. Do. I want to see a Pope play basketball. What the fuck is happening in chat? Oh, God. Let's see here. All right. You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off of you. You'd be like heaven to touch. I wanna hold you so much. And if you feel like I feel, please let me know that it's real. You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off of you. Pardon the way that I stare. There's nothing else to compare. The sight of you leaves me weak. There are no words left to speak. And if you feel like I feel, please let me know that it's real. You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off of you. I love you, baby, and if it's quite alright, I need you, baby, to warm the lonely nights. I love you, baby, trust in me when I say, oh, pretty baby, don't bring me down, I pray, oh, pretty baby, now that I've found you, stay and let me love you, baby. Let me love you. You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off of you. You'd be like heaven to touch. I wanna hold you so much. And if you... Wait. At long last, love has arrived, and I thank God I'm alive. You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off of you. I love you, baby, and if it's quite alright, I need you, baby, to warm the lonely nights. I love you, baby, trust in me. When I say, oh, pretty baby, don't bring me down, I pray, oh, pretty baby. Now that I've found you, stay and let me love you, baby. Let me love you. There you go. Hey, Abyssal and Ath. Welcome to the stream. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Mr. Anderson, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships over on YouTube. Slowly greening the environment over on YouTube. Love to see it. The terraforming is beautiful. You like my singing voice? Thank you. I'm always so self-conscious. I got a little speaker that is Jack's voice beautifully coming out of. Aw, thanks for liking my voice, guys. That was a delight. Thank you. God. All right. I am going to go change into that outfit and use the bathroom. And when I get back, we will have a special treat involving one Samuel Seder. We're gonna be taking a fun jaunt into a recent appearance he did. Very fun stuff. We gotta hook Jack up with backing track music and reverb. I'm always a bit worried that like the backing track is going to like get me clapped with DMCA, you know? The Piers Morgan show? Shh. Yes, but shh. BRB.
So this is a song that we wrote, that I wrote with my friend Mike Richardson, who's from southern West Virginia, and it's about the coal mining wars in West Virginia in the 1920s, called the Battle of Blair Mountain. 2, 3, 4. Drain the black gold, hoping to God that the timbers hold. Like my father before me, it's all I know. We live only to harvest the coal, harvest the coal. About as shallow as a grave, we're living in shanty towns, we ain't got no say. 14-hour shifts, such a meager wage, and Mother Jones can't help us now anyway, anyway. We take the roads, we take the trains,
take up your guns, Blair melted. Here we come, oh, here we come. The red bandanas that tell us what side you're on. Yeah, we're the rednecks of the Union 1921. We'll leave tonight at 13,000 strong and take the fight to Blair Mountain before the dawn, before the dawn. We'll take the roads, we'll take the trains by force. Oh, deliver us love from the gathering stores. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns, Blair melted. Here we come, oh, here we come. Oh, oh, oh. I fight for my father, still buried in the mine. I fight for my son, so he'll have a better life. We're soldiers of a great war, and it don't seem right to treat a man like a dog just to make a dime, just to make a dime. We'll take the roads, we'll take the trains by force. Oh, deliver us love from the gathering stores. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns, Blair melted. Here we come, oh, here we come. Here we come. So find a vein, drain the black gold. You better hope to God that those timbers hold.
Yeah, wonderful. Wonderful.
Thank you.
In a pleasant wooded valley lived a huntsman tall and able. He relied on skill and cunning for the food upon his table. He would walk the forest shadows with his little son in tow, teaching him the archer's art and all that he should know. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. In the valley there was freedom and a man was left to living, but as year gave way to year the ruling men grew less forgiving. On a day as black as death a governor to rule them came, turning landsmen into slaves, and Gessler was his name. In the center of the village Gessler set a lofty pillar, and he ordered every subject, be he serf or be he miller, to do homage to the hat that Gessler placed atop the pole, or to forfeit to the crown his life if not his soul. But the huntsman William Tell came into town the morning after. William heard of Gessler's order and could only roar with laughter. Honest men should hold a rank above a petty autocrat. I would never bow to him, I'll not bow to his hat. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Gessler's soldiers seized the huntsman and his little son for treason, but the people of the village cried for mercy and for reason. Gessler stays the execution, but a cruel test contrives. Prove to me your skill, and you may ransom back your lives. I have heard it said you have no peer with longbow and with arrow, that your shaft can find the quickest hare and fell the smallest sparrow. On the head of your young son I'll place an apple ripe and red. Split it with one shot, or at my word you both are dead. William Tell went to his son and said, I swear I will not hurt you. Courage will not bow to fear, nor shall this evil conquer virtue. Turn your face towards our home and stand as still as any tree. I will split the apple, we shall soon be home and free. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Every tongue was still and silent as the archer paced the distance. Gessler's soldiers lined the square and there was no hope of resistance. William knocked a single arrow, put his shoulders back and drew. Then the arrow sang and split the apple clean in two. All at once the crowd erupted into cheers and into chatter, and a second arrow fell from William's quiver with a clatter. Gessler said, why hold two arrows when I bid you shoot but one? That one would have found your heart if I had shot my son. Take the archer now and hang him, Gessler to his men was crying. But before the soldiers moved, the archer and his son were flying. From the shelter of the wood, the hunter loosed a final dart. Gessler died with William's arrow buried in his heart. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow.
Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Come, all of you good workers, good news to you I'll tell of how the good old Union has come in here to dwell. Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? My daddy was a miner, and I'm a miner's son, and I'll stick with the Union till every battle's won. Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which which side are you on? They say in LA County there are no neutrals there. You'll either be a union man or a scab for the boss, beware. Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, workers, can you stand it? Oh, tell me how you can. Will you be a lousy scab or will you be a man? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Don't scare for the bosses. Don't listen to their lies. Us poor folks haven't got a chance unless we organize. Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, 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 which side are you on?
Hello, 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 everyone. How are we doing? I think look, I think this is a good outfit. I think it's a good outfit. There we go. We got the thigh highs. We got the mini skirt. We got the bolero. Thank you, chat. I'm glad we all recognize it's a good outfit. Bolero supremacy. The boleros are so fucking cool and underrated. Also, just the glasses do look good. Nice. Who's your tailor? I don't have one of those. It'd be cool to have like a tailor to go to, I think. But like I don't know. Glasses, it's giving sexy librarian. That's what I always aspire to, you know? Your union's been doing outreach to the Philippines. They just announced a strike. Oh, hell yeah, Monsi Records. Let's go. Hope in all corners of the world for worker solidarity. Jax Taylor is Clarice, only when it comes to underwear. Is that velvet? It's the Bolero is kind of like a leather. I don't think it's faux leather. Just kind of like a leather-like material. It's very nice. The skirt has kind of like a velvety interior. It's like a soft kind of leather thing. And this is just mesh. But it's like a good mesh shirt, you know? Is the lining velvet? No, the lining isn't velvet either. It's like some kind of lycra spandex or type fabric. Yeah, biologist.
I am paying you to play the Lisa Simpson Water Tower Worker song.
I have no idea what that is. Let me... This one?
Come gather round, children, it's high time ye learned about a hero named Homer and a devil named Burns. We'll march till we drop, the girls and the fellas. We'll fight till the death or else fold like umbrellas. So we'll march day and night by the big cooling tower. They have the plant, but we have the power.
That's unironically a
So
great
we'll march
song.
day and night by the big cooling tower. They have the plant, but we have the power. So we'll march.
Oh, this is absolutely DMCA-able and is gonna not be able to be in any kind of segment that I put on YouTube, but like the YouTube channel, the live is never monetized, and so it doesn't make a difference at the moment, as long as like the stream doesn't get like disconnected, you know?
Day and night by the big cooling tower. They have the plant, but we have the power.
Nice. Is it bad that I knew exactly what it was from the first chords? Nah, not even a little bit. Yeah, there's an E. Yeah, no, this is not PVC. I also don't think it's. I don't think it's faux leather either. I don't think it's like a PU. Yeah, it's like a heavier material. I don't really know what to term it. Do I like Against Me? Yeah, they're all right. Salty Bits. Care to elaborate on that comment? Yo, Westworld was such a good show. It's insane that they took it off HBO Max for no reason. Hmm. There we go. All right. You guys ready? You guys ready to do some Sam Seder Sedering? You guys ready for some?
Oh no, Sam Seder! Wow, what a fucking nightmare!
I know I am. So, folks, let's get ready to rumble, huh? Let's get ready to rumble.
Oh no, Sam Seder! Wow, what a fucking nightmare!
So, for some background, apparently, Sam Seder went on the Piers Morgan Uncensored show, and I had a devil of a time figuring out exactly which episode he went on, specifically because Piers Morgan's show does this thing where, like, they put, numerous people in the thumbnail. Anywhere, sometimes you got like 5 people in the thumbnail for one video. It's a lot. It's not great. They're all making attractive faces. And I am looking around because I know that recently Sam Seder has had an episode where he appeared on this show, and I can't for the life of me figure out where he went on. I can't. Where is Sam? Hashtag where is Sam? And then I realize it's in this video, and in the title of it, disturbing, Alina Habba on Epstein files and Tate brothers, plus Putin lickspittle George Galloway, and there's literally no indication whatsoever that Sam Seder is on this show, and yet here he is.
I'm so glad you asked.
He's in it. He's in it, like, right from the very goddamn beginning, looking like a stone cold fox, might I add. Like, damn, you cleaned up for this one, Sam.
Tate being allowed to come to America, she emphatically.
And we're not going to watch like the entire thing, because I'm going to be completely honest with you. So many of the people on this show I do not give a single fuck about, like George Galloway. And Benny Johnson is maybe one of the dumbest, like, people currently working in conservative politics. And let's be real here. Jillian Michaels is, someone who made a lot of money off of fat shaming people for like over a decade. She's kind of a ghoul, like, I'm just here for Sam Seder. All right. I'm here for Sam and Sam alone. All right.
Denied that to me, said she had nothing to do with it. But there's no doubt something's happened that has allowed the Tates to leave Romania and go to Florida. But there, Governor DeSantis instantly reacting in a very negative way, suggesting.
Yeah, why would someone react in a negative way to 2 known child sex traffickers, both of whom are wanted for rape charges? Yeah, why would people be upset about them coming to town?
He doesn't want them there. Let's take a look.
Florida is not a place where you're welcome with that type of conduct in the air. And I don't know how it came to this. We were not involved. We were not notified. I found out through the media.
What do you make of it?
Well, Alina Habba is the spokesperson for President Trump, and she can obviously speak in her own right. Also, well done with the questions about Jeffrey Epstein. And this is breaking.
Jillian Michaels is a lesbian. It's true.
My entire feed right now, Peter.
Yeah. But, one of the most disappointing kinds of lesbians.
So this is spectacular, and we really, truly look forward to having these documents and having justice for the people who've seemingly been protected by the federal government, pederasts, and some of the most famous people on earth, including, but not limited to, members of the royal family, potentially presidents,
potentially presidents.
Clinton, some of the most wealthy.
It's interesting that you said presidents plural. Bill Clinton, Donald Trump, Epstein's best friend.
Men on earth, Bill Gates, Why has the federal government been protecting?
Yeah, this is the workout lady from The Biggest Loser. She has a reactionary political podcast now. It's horrible. We've gone over exactly one episode where she had Anna Kasparian on, and it made me lose brain cells.
Pederasts.
Right, and just to be clear, for those, because those who won't have seen this, but
also just want to note, this video came out 6 days ago, and all of those people who were provided the Epstein files haven't really seemed to say anything about them. That's so strange. It's almost like they handed them prop binders that didn't have any actual information in them. That's so weird. Huh.
Question.
Well, one of the things that Alina Habba told me, and you've alluded to this, just to explain to people who haven't seen this, because it's running, as you say, riot on social media, is that she's obviously seen what is going to be released later in the day, and she says it's truly shocking, and that she expects criminal charges to follow.
Yeah, like Sam's hair is just kind of doing something wacky today, and I don't know, I'm kind of into it.
And so that's, I think, a really bombshell development in this. And, you know, it goes to the accountability, as you say. But just getting back to the Tates for a minute, Benny. I mean, you know, I've interviewed Andrew Tate 4 times now, I think.
God, you're a grown man and you go by Benny. What the fuck is wrong with you? Genuine question.
Tristan once. They've always emphatically protested their innocence.
She looks evil.
You know,
she
the
is.
normal justice process. I mean, we talk about the Epstein and the fact that there's been no accountability, no proper process here. Does it sit easily with you, given what you just said about the Epstein case, that you've got 2 guys who're facing very serious charges of sex trafficking, rape, and so on, who will now very likely never return to Romania or the UK to actually face any accountability for that? I'm not suggesting for a moment they're guilty of the charges. That would have been...
I don't know, even if your actual name is Benny, and I don't know if it is or not, but like, even if your given name is Benny, go by Ben. Come on.
Determined by a court of law, but we won't get to that stage now. Do you feel comfortable?
Like, you're too evil of a man to be called Benny.
For that.
Well, I mean, based on my reading of the voluminous news reports about what's going on in Romania.
My reading of the voluminous news reports. You read the news. You read the news. Don't fucking blow yourself, bro.
Romania, these charges have been thrown out, and so
they haven't actually, is the thing. They are still active charges in Romania. The Trump administration just pressured Romania to allow them to leave the country. So the charges are still in effect.
And they've looked at the files and there's nothing in them. And so that's up for a...
That's absolutely not true. There's like dozens of witnesses and victims.
Romanian court to decide. I don't speak Romanian. All I have is news reports to go on. So
I don't speak Romanian. Yeah, who in Romania would be able to speak English? Clearly not a single person in Romania would be able to do that. All I can do is read the news. Conservatives aren't sending their best guys. They just aren't. This is like he's one of the weakest brained of all the conservative pundits, and that's saying something.
So they were set free by the jurisdictions in Romania where these charges were brought.
Well, they've not been set, they've been allowed to fly, slightly different. And the UK...
Oh, wait, genuine question. How can the U.S. lift air travel restrictions on people in other countries? Are they even U.S. citizens? I thought they were from the U.K. They are from the U.K. I don't know if they're U.S. citizens or not, or if they have, like, residency. I don't know what their status is in the United States. But the short answer is the government said, let them travel, or we'll sanction you, or we'll cut off exports to you, something like that, something along those lines. And Romania was like, all right, that's a weird thing to throw down on, but okay.
UK, where they face other serious allegations, some of the conservative politicians here, led by Robert Jenrick, who recently ran to be leader of the Conservative Party, have been very scathing about this and think that
we all live in forest cities in Europe. Yeah, have you ever seen Return of the Jedi, all of Europe is like is like Endor. They're basically Ewoks over there.
Americans should send the Tates back to the UK to face justice. So I think it's a pretty messy situation. If DeSantis throws them out of Florida, for example, and the UK is demanding extradition of them to face what they see as justice here in the UK for the charges against them here, it could get very messy.
It could get very messy. It was very messy for Prince Andrew of the royal family, who had to pay a untold amount of millions to Virginia Giuffre, who was sex trafficked to him via Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah.
So I want justice for all people who attack and who abuse children, period. And I want these court cases to be brought and proven out.
Look, on Prince Andrew. You know, I just want to take a moment to remind everyone of two things about this man, Benny Johnson, who's rambling like crazy here. Number one, Benny Johnson was famously rumored to be homosexual while working at BuzzFeed. In fact, years after he left, following a plagiarism scandal, people would talk about him at holiday parties having made out with a fellow coworker who was a man. Just throwing that out there. Just an interesting tidbit about Benny Johnson. And the, of course, second interesting tidbit is that Benny Johnson took a lot of money from the Russian government, filtered through a fake person named Edward Gregorian, that he just believed at face value was, you know, just an interested entrepreneur who wanted to give him a lot of money to continue doing what he was doing. Benny Johnson got a lot of money from that guy, to the tune of tens of thousands of dollars. If not, I know Tim Pool was paid hundreds of thousands of dollars. I'm not sure if Benny Johnson was on that same scale, but he made a pretty penny off of Russia giving him money to make propaganda. So just a couple of interesting tidbits about Benny Johnson.
A meme right now, Piers. Is a meme right now, Piers, where it's like, are you going to be upset if somebody that you like is on the Epstein list? And the answer for me is no.
Right.
Why are you yelling about it? No one's challenging you on it. Also, I'm pretty sure you'd be fucking furious to find out Donald Trump is likely on those lists. Just, you know, I'm just
A tape in the NBC archives of a Mar-a-Lago party shows Trump giving Epstein his personal attention. The footage, shot in November of 1992, before Trump opened the resort as a club, shows the future president surrounded by cheerleaders for the Buffalo Bills and Miami Dolphins, capturing Trump's fun-loving bachelor lifestyle for an appearance on Faith Daniels' NBC talk show.
We're going to get great ratings in your show.
Trump is surrounded by women as music blares in the background. After a while, Trump goes to greet 3 new guests, among them the financier Jeffrey Epstein.
Come on in, go inside.
More than a decade before his guilty plea on state prostitution charges. Later in the footage, Trump is seen talking to Epstein and another man as women are dancing in front of them. Trump alternates between dancing and pointing out women to Epstein and the other man and telling Epstein about the cameras. Though exactly what they say is difficult to understand as they discuss the women and their appearances, Trump gestures to one and appears to say to Epstein, "Look at her back there. She's hot." And then Trump says something else into Epstein's ear that makes him double over with laughter. But as the president says now, he never liked Epstein.
I was not a fan of his. That I can tell you. I was not a fan of his.
I wasn't a fan of his, but I would invite him to my parties and hang out with him. For sure, for sure, for sure. Anyway, one of the things that Donald Trump said he and Jeffrey Epstein had in common: an interest in young women. Jeffrey likes them young, he said. So do I. Just, a reminder to Benny Johnson that maybe he should prep himself, if those files ever get released, to be very disappointed in the president,
No,
I agree.
Need to be charged and need to face justice, and that's why I'm so thankful that you had Alina Habba on your program.
Yeah.
And just like I asked Pam Bondi 4 days ago about the Epstein list, and we were the first show to actually ask her about that list, and she says it's on my desk, and there are volumes in this list. And apparently, according to Senator Marsha Blackburn, this is just volume 1 of the Epstein list. Jeffrey Epstein had his islands and his mansions in Manhattan and his ranches in New Mexico wired for sound. The FBI went and raided. Let's talk about files of evidence. Let's talk about files of evidence. The FBI went and raided these compounds and got terabytes of hard drives. Some of those hard drives were marked by Jeffrey Epstein himself, not by federal agencies, as insurance policies and evidence. What are they? Why haven't we seen them? Why has the FBI been holding on to those? And been holding on to those presumably to protect pederasts.
Okay.
Who's actually in charge?
Yeah,
Who
I mean,
can
look,
tell the FBI what to do? So these are
very
these
angry.
are the cases.
I agree. It's huge.
I am emphasizing
it's
how
huge.
angry I am.
It has always been ridiculous to me that the only person who's been actually held to account for Epstein, because of course he killed himself or otherwise, he died in a prison cell. A lot of speculation about what may have really happened there. But the only person who's actually gone to prison as a result of it was Ghislaine Maxwell, who was his kind of
Sam is slowly dying.
Madame and former girlfriend. In relation
Do you believe that Jeffrey Epstein killed himself?
I don't know. I don't.
Okay, I don't care about this anymore. We're gonna fast forward to whenever Sam talks.
I don't know. I agree. Totally suspicious. Andrew, he made his settlement thing to do. Mission big thing, America. Let's see. DeSantis not have them there, wouldn't you? Or the UK if they stay in the United States. But DeSantis wanting to not have them there. What do you make of that, first of all?
I mean, I don't make much of it one way or another. I mean, this is a guy who's been celebrated in right-wing circles, and I don't have enough information to know whether he is guilty of what he's been accused of doing.
Man, bless Sam's heart for focusing on policy 24/7. I appreciate that in a pundit. I wish I had the fortitude to not look into this stuff. Maybe when I get a bit older in this field, I'll finally stop caring to look up these kinds of petty dramas. It'd be nice.
But to the extent that I'm even aware of who the
Thanks,
guy
Naughty
is, it's
Tongue. I
because
appreciate
he's
it.
been featured for so
Welcome.
many years in right-wing talk shows and feeded in those circles. So, it sounds like DeSantis is mad at somebody, and it's quite a coincidence that with Donald Trump in office, that these guys show up on our shore. But I guess time will tell.
And what about Epstein?
I'm interested in finding out what's in those files. Would love to have a revisit of Donald Trump's first labor secretary, who made the initial deal with Epstein back in 2008 as Attorney General of Florida, talking about Alexandria Acosta. I'm curious about that nexus, to be honest with you. It's really unclear to me how Epstein got such a sweetheart deal from that guy Acosta, and why that wasn't held against him by Trump when he appointed him labor secretary. But maybe we'll get some answers if there's the.
Now that's a deep cut I didn't know. That is a deep cut I didn't know, and that's fascinating how so many people can act so outraged and completely gloss over Trump's buddy-buddiness with the guy who literally allowed Epstein to roam free despite extensive trafficking charges.
These documents and information's released.
Okay, Jillian, I will come to you for your reaction to those two stories. Just going to take a couple of minutes to talk to Steve Hilton, who's joined us, Fox News contributor and David Cameron's former advisor. Steve, great you found time for us. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Just specifically on Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister of obviously...
Wait, shouldn't we just be glad Epstein's dead? I mean, in a sense, yes, but in another sense, no, because it would have been really nice to know exactly who he had dealings with. And those are things that we're going to have difficulty figuring out now that he's dead. His death protected a lot of powerful people, you know, regardless of what you think about his death, like that is the effect of it.
From that, in case you'll kind of go be good.
Oh my God!
In the fundamental point.
Oh, okay, so we just like what is the organizing of this show? It's bonkers. Like, here, let's just let this one guy talk. We'll, you know, for 5 to 10 minutes, and then you guys all just sit there, and then like the format of this show has gotten wonkier and wonkier as time has gone on.
Benny Johnson's show. Like, it will be interesting if it turns out the White House did put pressure on them. Evidence of that, allegations of sex trafficking. In Epstein's case, clear, proven evidence of that. What do you make, first of all, of the Tates? Do you have a view about them?
The Epstein tapes, I don't think we'll ever get. I don't think we'll ever get the full story. I think we deserve it. I would love to know. I'm hopeful, but not optimistic, if you will. Like,
Good night,
I just
Nomi.
don't see it happening because I think it will be so freaking scandalous. I absolutely think he was killed, and I think it's ridiculous to think that he killed himself, given all of the evidence we have on this. And when it comes to the Tate brothers, I would love for them to see their day in court. I think it's necessary. I personally find them to be despicable characters. Anybody who casually throws around the words faggot and tranny, I can do without.
Dog. Those came way too easily off of your lips, lady. I am gobsmacked by the fucking hypocrisy. That really took me by surprise. She was waiting in the wings to drop those words. My God.
I've lived under DeSantis's governance. I enjoyed it quite immensely. He has a pretty squeaky clean reputation. He's a dad. He loves his wife. There are no scandals surrounding this guy. And you can understand why he wouldn't want these two guys in his state or allow Florida to be dragged into what could become a controversy if, in fact, the White House pressured Romania to let these guys over to the United States.
I think that is...
Wait, who is this lady? Well, you see, she's really qualified to talk about this because she berated people into losing weight for a decade on television. This is Jillian Michaels.
Going to be the key question, and we'll have to see whether that was the case or not.
Yeah.
Benny, let's turn to the big picture of why the British Prime Minister is in America at the White House with Donald Trump. So far, their exchanges have been very cordial. I've been watching a bit of it. And ultimately,
a
they're there to
nicer
talk about
person
Ukraine.
than her.
And President Zelensky from Ukraine is due to be potentially at the White House tomorrow to ratify this deal over minerals. Do you think this is a neat way to resolve what has been a very complex and very bloody war?
I mean, the UK is a mess right now politically, right? Like, is the Reform Party is one of the most powerful parties in the UK, and if there were an election held today, there's a real argument that it would win the prime ministership.
She is gay, so she does have the F pass, but like I don't know that she has the T pass. You know what I'm saying? The bar plummets
through every layer of hell.
Too true, one-eyed heathen. Too fucking true.
So it's a wild and turbulent time. I mean, Keir Starmer, first off, is that really a real name? Like, I don't even know how to pronounce it. And then
you don't, your name is literally Benny Johnson. You do not have the high ground to attack other people's names. Benny. Benny, last name slang for dick. Like I don't think you got the high ground here, bud.
Secondarily, this guy's like you don't want to talk about a real scandal, Piers. This guy covered up rape gangs.
Are we all just brushing past Ron DeSantis has no scandals? Yes, because frankly, there's too much bullshit to pause on every individual point that gets spewed out by these two people.
No, he denies that. He denies that.
Sure.
But there's no.
Like, why is she so demonic? She's like smugly smiling about rape gangs being covered up in the best case scenario. Like, Jesus Christ.
I think a lot of Americans, to be honest, hang on.
Deny that this
hang on, Benny. Hang on, Benny.
These things actually happen.
Listen, a lot of American commentators have said this stuff on social media, but when you say it on my show, let me just respond on behalf of my country. There's been a lot of bullshit spewed about this. There's no actual evidence that Keir Starmer, for example, ever did what you just said.
I can't listen to the two dumbest people on the show go back and forth. I can't do it. I can't do it. Here, maybe this.
Spent at the
bring it home for us, Sammy.
Is absolutely a joke. They're not doing an audit. They're destroying the apparatus of our government. What do you base that on?
Well, audits are done regularly of agencies by inspector generals. The first thing they did was to fire all those inspector generals and not replace them. A. B.
Good point.
Audits that lead to firings within a couple of days are obviously not being done.
Like, so many points need to be laid out for these people because, like, they're the most incurious people alive. You know, they're like, well, why aren't inefficiencies being rooted out? Well, like, he fired all the people whose job it is to find those and to investigate the fraud. And on top of that, like, you really think that they managed to audit like billions of dollars worth of transactions in the course of like a couple days? Are you fucking stupid? Like, come on. Like, just on the face level, it's corrupt from the roots all the way to the face.
The notion that this is about efficiency when you're laying off thousands of IRS agents, when it is well known that every dollar spent at the IRS returns for the government $6 or $7, you're clearly not talking about efficiency here as measured in any other way other than allowing wealthy people to get away with cheating on their taxes.
10,000%. I will add that if you want to do more reading on this, ProPublica put out a really good article about Doge, cutting the IRS. And essentially, guys, the more you cut from the IRS, the less the IRS is able to go after wealthy people. The more money that is cut and the more staff that is cut from the IRS, the more likely they are to go after and audit working class people because that's all they have the resources to do. So by defunding the IRS and by cutting the IRS workforce, what that does is actually take the attention off of the tax crimes of the wealthy and the elite and instead put the attention on the perhaps negligence or, busily forgot nature of like the working class family. And it's pretty disgusting. It's pretty disgusting. It's a pretty awful, horrible thing to do, especially while championing yourself under the banner of efficiency. It's bullshit, is what it is.
I
guess in this case, Doge shit.
Go on, but there's absolutely no evidence that there's a single audit going on. To the extent that they've saved any money, it has been largely dismissed as clerical errors on their part, and we still have no substantiation about it. So it's
hang on. That's not true. I mean, there's some of the stuff that came out about USAID, for example. Some of the
for example, okay, like what, Piers? It's going to be, I'm going to predict here that these people are going to make gigantic vague allusions to specific, like, oh man, there are all kinds of specific examples of fraud, but then when asked to name any single one of them, they're going to they're just gonna like suddenly become one with the blade of grass and dodge every single incoming verbal attempt to nail them down on anything.
Way that American taxpayers' money was being squandered on ridiculous projects.
Oh, wait a second.
And it wasn't insignificant sums of money.
Wait a second. You can determine that you can have an opinion that it's squandered. I can have an opinion that it's squandered, but it's been appropriated by the Congress. And
well, that is a very clean way to get around that. I like that a lot. Yeah, just sidestep the entire issue altogether and be like, well, it doesn't matter what you think about it. Congress appropriated it, and therefore it must be spent.
In America, we have actually
an excellent riposte,
constitutional, and court cases that say the President of the United States and the executive branch cannot decide unilaterally that they're not going to appropriate.
Can I just say, these are the faces of people who simultaneously just realized how out of their depth they are to engage with Sam on this topic. Like, holy fuck, dog. Look at them. They all went dead-eyed.
Money that Congress has appropriated. I mean,
oh no, Sam Seder. Wow, what a fucking nightmare.
The line item video has been found to be unconstitutional. We have the Impoundment Control Act from 1974. We have Train v. New York City from 1974, which is a Supreme Court case which enforces that. What they're doing is fundamentally illegal. I mean, you may think that some of the spending is not worthy. I may think it's not worthy, but that's just not the way our government works.
Okay, Jillian, you were shaking your head there.
Because it doesn't seem that the government is working. As a layman, when the USAID is
as a moron who doesn't understand anything how any of this works, it doesn't seem like the government's working.
Exposed in the fashion that it has been, and all of
USAID has been exposed for all of its crime and fraud. Like, cricket noises ensue.
Suddenly, we have this transparency that we've never had in my lifetime.
None of this stuff was hidden at all. None of this stuff was hidden at all. It's just
None of this stuff was hidden at all. You can literally go and read about it on the website. The entire point of USAID's outreach was to be known. It was to, like, in part, to advertise their achievements so that people would associate, like, it was an advertisement essentially for America being a force for good. It is a good advertisement when you save hundreds of thousands of children from starving to death. It's a good advertisement when you're like supporting children's programming in other countries. It's just like it leads people to associate your country with goodness and being a force for some form of justice, because hey, those are the guys that stepped in and saved my child from dying is actually a really powerful ad. I don't know if you guys have really stumbled upon this. So they weren't being secretive about those aspects. Now, you can criticize USAID due to its past association with the CIA and such, but by and large, most of what it was doing was good. We're talking when funding got frozen, hundreds of thousands of meals started rotting in warehouses instead of going out and feeding children in places stricken by famine. And now those children are likely going to die, if they haven't already. And that's pretty awful. But like to act like, oh, the US covered it all up. No, we didn't. We literally made an effort to advertise it as much as fucking possible.
So you're telling me that the average American knew that we were funding friggin' operas for trans?
Just like, what do we care about what the average American knows versus whether something was hidden from us or not? You know, like, I'm sorry, the average American doesn't know, I don't know, the Pythagorean theorem off the top of their head because they're, 10 years out of high school and haven't had to think about it. But that doesn't mean the Pythagorean theorem is hidden from them. Like it doesn't mean like it's the secret math formula is being concealed by the US government. No, it's just a thing a lot of people don't know. That's true of basically tons of facts. Like, I don't know, do all of you guys know about the history of cutlery in Europe and the evolution of its form and function over time and its cultural associations with different class distinctions? No, a lot of you guys don't know that, but does that mean it was hidden from you? Also, no, it doesn't, actually. So, like, I don't know, maybe someone saying something like this shouldn't be looked up to as a source for information, Yeah, so much of Wikipedia is hidden from us. Exactly.
People in
if
who
the
knows
average
where?
American was interested in what
nobody knew this.
USAID was supporting, they
Come
could have
on,
just
man.
gone to
Do
the
you
website.
really believe that?
Yes,
Do you
it's
really
true.
believe that people knew this and this was
You really believe that you can just open a textbook and learn something, Sam? You really believe you could just do that? Open up an encyclopedia and learn something? Ugh. I don't know what to do with you.
And there's no question that some of this was a slush fund for the CIA.
Well, actually, you know what? The truth is, you can both be right here.
Oh,
right?
yes.
Sam is right that it was there to be found, and Jillian's right that absolutely nobody told the American people about the specifics. So actually, you can both be right.
What can happen in our process of government?
No, I understand. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying it wasn't there. I'm not saying it wasn't.
Sam is completely right here, and I wish he was speaking more forcefully, or that Piers Morgan's voice wasn't purposely made louder to be able to talk over people more effectively. But like, we have a method for defunding agencies. It's called Congress. Congress can vote to strip funding from these agencies. That's how it works. The president doesn't actually have the authority to say, I don't want to fund this agency. That's Congress's job.
Wasn't there to be found. But Benny, it was only when Elon Musk and his young team of guys with their sabers got in.
His young team who found it? You mean the young team of people who went to the website and looked at what was on it, Jillian? Like, that's not finding it. That's doing due diligence and looking up a primary source. That's like on the most basic level something someone would do if they were curious about this topic, Jillian.
Into it, they found this stuff, right, and told people.
They didn't find it. They just they publicized it.
Well, exactly.
And,
but that's how the
Sam,
that's how the American
Sam,
that's how the American people found out about it.
Piers is the 342nd page of the Encyclopedia Britannica. Is that knowledge that's been discovered yet? Like, if you just published that, like you reading that page of the Encyclopedia Britannica on your YouTube channel, would that be you discovering whatever information you find on that page? Would that be the Encyclopedia Britannica like gatekeeping you from that knowledge? You know, you'd be like, shocking expose, Encyclopedia Britannica hides all information on page 342. Like, no, it's not how this works.
Got it. Yes. So Congress, Republicans control every house of Congress. They control the presidency. They could pass a bill tomorrow saying, we don't want to fund these things. But what's happening when they cut USAID is you've got literally 400,000 meals for children who are technically wasting away. It's in Africa. Maybe my guests don't care about that. But the fact is,
they don't. They literally, when Sam said that, Benny Johnson's deadpan face twitched into a small smile. It's the only actual emotion he's experienced throughout this so far.
Is that they're sitting in warehouses in Rhode Island and in Georgia right now, food that is pre-digested practically because these kids are starving, and it's sitting in warehouses. It's going bad, and they have no way to ship it.
Okay.
Because USAID has been shut down.
All right, Benny.
I'm sorry. Like,
Benny?
That's not constitutional or legal.
Okay, Benny.
It's incredible. So I've heard
incredible. You want children not to starve to death? Huh. Fucking lib. Like, are you kidding me? Got some real lib shit. You don't want children to starve to death? Huh. What? We're just letting hundreds of thousands of meals rot in our warehouses because we don't think it's worthwhile for those children to live. Huh. Fucking lib. Like, absolute, like, the ghoulishness, it has no veneer anymore, you know?
The Constitution thrown around a lot here. All right, let's talk about Article 2 of the Constitution.
What about Article 1? You know, it's really interesting that you're skipping Article 1 in your haste to get to Article 2. It makes me wonder, is there anything really interesting in Article 1 of the Constitution? I wonder. It's almost like maybe that's the place where, I don't know, one might define the different powers and what they can and can't do. Like how Congress has the power of the purse, and the president must spend the money allocated by Congress. Something, kind of something like that. I don't know. I'm just spitballing here.
Executive branch has a clause called the vesting clause. The vesting clause makes one single man that is elected by the whole American people. The only position in the federal government that has the entire whole of the country elect him is the President of the United States, who is vested with the power to oversee the executive. And that includes congressional spending.
It does not, actually. Like, the president must spend that money. He does not have the option to not spend that money. That's not how that power works.
That includes the functionaries of the government, including the commander-in-chief. There are appointed judges. There are elected at state and local levels, members of Congress.
Yes, he can appoint different individuals. He cannot turn off the flow of spending.
But only the president is elected by the whole American people. Now, I have a giant map in my studio. I don't know if your production team can pop me. There it is.
Oh, it's a very nice studio. I wonder who paid for it. Hey, Benny, who paid for your studio? Was it all of your hard-working, working class backers? Your small dollar donors? Or, was it Russia? You know, I do have to wonder, don't I? You know, was it, Edward Gregorian, perchance? Maybe our good friend here on the show, Grigor Niet Russian, had a hand in funding the studio.
This is what America.
Can I just say, this has the energy of would a depressed person make this? From Parks and Rec. I don't know if people still get that reference, but this is giving that energy. Would a depressed person make this? And the answer is yes, because that map, land doesn't vote, Penny. Land doesn't vote.
Production team can pop me. There it is. This is what America decided in 2024 in a landslide and with the popular vote. The whole of the American people decided to
Delight
vest
loves movies.
a single man, Donald Trump, to hunt down waste, fraud, and abuse. Because while maybe there are some type of programs that you might view as just, what I view as just is feeding the American people.
Why are you yelling? You don't need to yell. You have a microphone. But also, like, this is literally the meme. This is literally the meme. No. Yeah, here we go. It's literally this meme. It's literally the stop immigration so we could take care of our own. I'm starving. Fuck off. It's literally that. We need to shut down USAID so we can take care of our own. I'm starving. Fuck off, child. We need to cut SNAP benefits by 20%. You need to starve 20% harder now, child. Like, it literally is this. They cannot escape the memes.
I view as just as filling the potholes, educating, healthcare, and the capacity.
Oh, bless your fucking heart, Snap. Like, my God, this man has his finger on the pulse. He gets it.
To serve Americans. And so, what America voted for was America first, and transgender operas in Chile isn't exactly America first.
I mean, the only crime there is that we deserve to see the transgender operas in Chile. Okay, I want to see a transgender opera in Chile. That sounds dope. Have you ever seen trans people perform? We stylish as fuck. Also, Naughty Tongue, thank you for subscribing over on Twitch. I appreciate it.
And to say that USAID was
said a lot of words, but you've said nothing. You haven't addressed the Constitution, the Supreme Court cases, the Impoundment Control Act. None of that. You can say that you don't think it's right to feed starving children in Africa. That's your prerogative.
Can we address the feed starving children?
Benny Johnson just is incorrect. And, you know, he's probably incorrect on purpose. You know, it's... though with Benny Johnson, that would I'm just pointing out that would require knowledge, and Benny Johnson is allergic to that. But like, Donald Trump as president does not have the authority to turn off spending. He does not have the authority to curtail it like he has. It's just not true.
Donald Trump, I can't believe you're going.
Which, by the way, the Supreme Court of the United States agrees with me because they voted today that USAID spending must resume. So Benny Johnson can go fuck himself according to the Supreme Court's interpretation of the Constitution. So interesting stuff there.
Starving children. You're going with the starving children.
No, it does. I mean, it does other things that you don't like.
All right, let me.
But it also does this.
Chaps, allow the lady in the room to speak, please.
USAID money spent.
Chaps, let Jillian have her say.
On feeding starving children or
guys,
in Ukraine.
Guys, let Jillian speak for a moment. Jillian.
Big fan of
the
Jillian.
feeding starving children thing is such a frickin' red herring. So first of all, the vast majority...
Just in case any of you don't know, USAID was feeding 36 million people per year. And part of the reason they did that was for good PR, obviously. Another part is because it's just good to save lives like that. That's another component. And a third component is that food was made out of stuff we grow here in America. So it supported our farming industry. It created jobs in manufacturing to manufacture the food that then got shipped overseas. And then we also got the good PR for actually doing it. And so it was a win-win-win across several different levels. It's not difficult to figure out. And they're like, "Oh yeah, you think USAID was feeding people?" It's like, yeah, actually, we spent $2 billion per year buying like food grown by our own farmers. We bought the food from our own farmers to then ship overseas to turn into good PR. It stimulated our economy. It created local jobs. And yeah, all those farmers are fucked now. $2 billion in farming stuff, that's a lot. Just a red herring, though.
Majority of this USAID bloat and corruption does not go to that. Second of all, we have...
Citation needed. In fact, let me just take a look. Let's see. The Agency for International Development, USAID, had an operating budget for 2025 of $1.09 billion. And it was also given money to, of course, buy food. So, like, the majority of the funds that flow through USAID literally go back into our own economy to make jobs, to buy produce, and the rest is like covering the logistics of moving that food to the places it needs to be around the world. Like, that's actually pretty lean and efficient as far as government organizations go.
Children starving here in America. But third of all, and what you don't know...
Let's also be real here. Jillian Michaels doesn't care about children starving in America. Can I just look something up? One thing. Okay. Yeah. Literally The Biggest Loser, the show she got famous off of, had seasons that featured children that, you know, she would berate into developing eating disorders. Like, that's her whole thing. She literally gets off on starving kids. It's why she thinks the notion of kids starving is a red herring, because, like, in her mind, that's not a real thing. Yeah, Biggest Loser was an amazingly harmful show.
And what you have not looked into, okay, is that read a book. It's called Save 3 Lives, and it's by the Rodale family. And it has to do with the fact that our big ag companies went into the developed world to addict their soil to our GMO crops. It's a money laundering game. They can grow their crops in their soil far more efficiently and did for thousands of years before.
This just isn't true. Like, there's a difference between subsistence farming, you know, like farming on the homestead to like feed a village, right? Versus feeding a modern day population of a city with millions, you know, and like talking down. You know what I gotta say? I gotta say it. This comes across as like talking down to like Africans in general, as if they like live in like huts. You know, part of the reason we use genetically modified crops is because they are easy to grow in bulk. They grow bigger. They feed more people. Like every version of corn you have ever seen in your life is genetically modified. Okay? It's literally been changed by humans. Every banana you've ever seen is genetically modified. There's nothing inherently wrong with genetically modified things. It's how we have all of our modern fruits and veggies. And so, like, the reason USAID promoted sustainable stuff and genetically modified plants is to get the yields necessary to consistently feed larger populations. It's not necessarily nefarious. Now, maybe could there be a profit motive involved in that? Sure. But there's a profit motive involved in all of this. It's capitalism. Like, that is how our system works. And if you don't like that, you should oppose capitalism. But something tells me Jillian Michaels is very pro-capitalism.
Before ConAgra and Cargill and Monsanto and ADM went in. You just don't know that because you haven't done your...
Why do so many people say GMOs are bad? Because genetics are complicated and scary, and saying something as a GMO sounds like it's bad. It's just scary. Buzzword triggers monkey brain. That's it.
Homework. So you're like, oh, there's children starving in Africa. When really, it is about billions of dollars going to big ag. That's what that's really about. And I've seen it firsthand when I went to South Sudan and stayed at a refugee camp. So don't play your starving children card. I can't.
Well, listen, it's not my card. It's just simply the reality.
Sam is too good at this. I love that she's like, I went to South Sudan and stayed at a refugee camp, so I know about starving kids. And it's like, well, if you did that, then you should know that if those operations to feed those children go away, those children die. And if you're saying, well, I just don't give a fuck about that, then that's one thing. But if you're trying to pretend you do give a fuck, then why is it not coming through at all when you're talking about this? You know?
And the fascinating thing
about
this,
it is your car, though.
Piers,
your game is like nobody's empathetic.
It's not a game. Children are dying.
Because children are starving.
We are
talking about what that's really about.
USAID is a percentage point, like literally less than 1% of the U.S. budget. But because there is this attitude amongst the...
Why do you care so much? Says Betty Johnson, a man who would watch a child die just out of curiosity to see if he felt anything.
Well, frankly, it's not just USAID. I don't like them cutting the IRS. I don't like them cutting the EPA. I don't like them cutting Labor Department.
Benny Johnson sniggering because he thinks it's very funny when shit is in his drinking water as a result of the EPA being cut.
I don't like them cutting the National Labor Relations Board. I don't like them cutting the FDA.
Do you like the level of debt your country's in?
I don't think it's as much of a problem as.
By the way, in case you're like, wait, what do you mean? What do you mean about shit in the drinking water? Just as an FYI, this was an article in The Guardian yesterday, and we talked a little bit about it yesterday, but you know what? Worth bringing up at every available opportunity. Republicans in the Republican-dominated Supreme Court literally have now allowed raw sewage to just be discharged into your drinking water at greater and greater rates that are less regulated now than ever. So I don't know. I don't know. I'm just a silly, left-leaning socialist. Is it bad when there's shit in your drinking water? Can that lead to anything bad happening to you health-wise? I don't know, Jillian. I don't know, Benny. I guess people like Benny just think it's real funny when they drink literal shit water.
As you do, but here we know the debt shot off like a rocket with the Bush.
Of course they don't care, but it's worth pointing out to all the people who think that they care that these people are full of shit and will literally grin through their teeth as people who watch them get forced to drink lead.
Tax cuts, and then with the Trump tax cuts, and they want to extend those. And so if we want to deal with the debt, and if that's a genuine concern, we can go back to the time in this country where we had the greatest economic expansion during the 50s and the 60s, when we had a top tax marginal rate of 90% of every dollar that would be earned over $470,000. Today, it would be $3 million. And if these guys are very concerned about the debt and deficit, we have a way of raising that money. We can go back to the greatest economic time of this country. So if that's genuinely their concern, we have that power to do it. I mean, we're not spending, as a function of GDP, we're not spending significantly more per capita than we were in those years. The problem is that we don't have the revenue. There's been huge tax cuts for millionaires and billionaires and presided over by two Republican administrations over the past 20 years.
Okay. How dare you suggest that we tax the wealthy more? How dare you?
Okay, Benny, on that point, respond.
Piers, I love it. I love it. This is my favorite argument I've ever heard on your show. I love it. Go to the American people. Sam, I beg of you, join the DNC, run for DNC chair. I'll do anything, okay? I want your ideas to be the ideas that Democrats bring to the midterms and to the 2028 election.
It's
more IRS agents. Raise taxes to 90% of wages. I love it.
Yeah, the people who are getting taxed 90% aren't being taxed 90% on their fucking wages, you clown.
Sam,
no,
how do
not
I get you in the chair, man?
By the way, this is the reaction that lets you know that Sam has won this exchange completely. This is essentially the debate equivalent of bending the knee and kissing the ring.
80%
how do I do
every
it?
dollar.
How do I do it? Where can I donate, Sam?
Just send the money to me directly.
It's the greatest argument ever. You're right, Sam.
Taxing millionaires and billionaires actually
make that
does
argument.
quite well in terms of Poland. And when Americans see what
it does, people think millionaires and billionaires should pay more in taxes. That's the majority American position, and he's literally looking like he's so pained he's about to shit himself.
What wealth disparity looks like in this country today, when they actually see the wealth disparity,
yeah, we've seen
it's
wealth
quite
disparity.
popular.
It looks like a federal government that's $37 trillion in debt, spending money on total bullshit.
You don't know what wealth disparity means.
And
Sam, this is Sam's I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed face. He desperately wants to come into one of these sometime and actually have a good back and forth with someone who knows what the fuck they're talking about. But instead, he's just like, I'm not mad. I'm just so disappointed. I thought maybe this would be the time I would have a worthy opponent. Just crushes his skull.
and absolute and total fraud. Hey, Sam, why don't you answer a quick question?
You can Google it and find out what it means.
Hey, Sam, why don't you answer a quick question?
Why
are the richest counties in all of America the 5 major counties in the DMV right around Washington, D.C.? Can you explain to me, what do those counties do? Are there some mineral deposits there I don't know about? Did they...
Why would wealthy people live near their mineral deposits, Benny? Wealthy people don't, like, the people who own the coal mines don't typically live in the coal mining town, Benny. Stupid bastard.
Strike oil? Is there some type of rich industry that's created around Washington? Maybe you can answer me that question. Why are those people so filthy rich? You don't seem to like rich people, so maybe explain why.
I can answer that question.
What does DC
You want me to
make,
answer it?
Sam?
It's lobbyists. It's lobbyists like all of the ones that have been appointed to Donald Trump's cabinet and to political positions. Rich lobbyists for all sorts of...
He's relying on his face to do so much of his advocacy throughout all this. Like, he's literally being like, all the lobbyists. I don't know what you mean, Sam. Meanwhile, you looks behind him and sees like 12 of the lobbyists that Donald Trump has appointed to like cabinet positions. Like, good God.
These industries that you supposedly have a problem with. I mean, that's where all the money is being made. It's not being made by federal workers. It's being made by lobbyists. And those are sent by corporations. If you will join me as part of my campaign that you're interested in me running the Democratic Party, in calling for Donald Trump to fire all of the lobbyists he's hired so far, it wouldn't leave many people left in the government.
He looks so smug for someone getting his ass handed to him. It's insane. God.
But if you'll join me with that, we can start to chip away at that problem you have with the counties around DC.
We've just got some breaking news from this Keir Starmer, Donald Trump.
We just got some breaking news in the category of I need to change the fucking subject now. Jesus Christ. God, Sam's good. He's a good egg. Did anyone ever talk to him again?
Freedom of speech rights book.
Were they all afraid?
Being able to lifetime off the glut of the federal government. I think that there should be a lifetime ban.
Let me get this very clear.
I think there should be a lifetime ban on lobbying for members of Congress. Lifetime ban. I think that lobbying should be severely curtailed in our federal government, and I think that it should
encourage
be illegal.
Republican lawmakers to vote in favor of Ro Khanna's bill that he just introduced.
It's crazy how you can come to agreements on these things, because actually that's.
Sam knows this guy's never in a million years gonna actually try and do that. It's wild. It's wild, dog.
The level of corruption that we're fighting. And I know Jillian cares very deeply about the former head of the FDA who was in charge of pharmaceutical approvals going over to take the top position at Pfizer, which just happened yesterday. That's insane. So we might get agreement here, actually.
Jillian?
I completely agree with Benny and Sam. I couldn't agree more. And one of the things actually that I would love to see Trump do is get money out of politics. If you really
we're just gonna play this back. We're just gonna play this back like one time, but like look at Sam's face. Look at Sam's face when Jillian talks.
Love to see Trump do is get money out of politics. If you really want to drain this swamp, you will change those laws. And for me, in health, which is obviously my wheelhouse, I see it every single day with things like Benny just referenced, the revolving door employment policy with our government health agencies and private industry. So sign me.
Yeah, Donald Trump really deeply invested in getting money out of politics. Ignore the fact that he just took like $250 million in campaign contributions from the world's wealthiest man. Are you fucking kidding me? fucking hell. Jillian, what the fuck are you doing here? Get out of here. Go back to selling, I don't know, like creatine supplements with Alex Jones or for whatever the hell you spawned from. God. Holy shit.
Me up for that campaign because I'm with the boys 100%.
Fantastic. Okay, thank you for being the original mob.
The reason
Thank you for
why
being like
that
the original mob.
budget resolution passed yesterday or 2 days ago was because
Good night, Brutus
Donald
Magnuson.
Trump has access in the form of Elon Musk to literally infinite amounts of money. And that is what has fundamentally changed with our politics. He put at least $300 million, one individual, paid for at least 1/4 of Donald Trump's expenditures during that campaign. One single individual. And that's just what we know of direct spending. And if you add in Miriam Adelson and one or two other, I mean, you have literally 4 or 5 people who paid over $500 million for Donald Trump. The idea that he would get money out of politics, his entire administration is about enriching himself and corporate America. That is why you see an assault. That is why you see an assault on the administrative state, which Steve Bannon called for in 2017, and now we're seeing Elon Musk do it illicitly.
Okay. We got to hold it.
It is to allow corporations to profit and privatize their profits and socialize their costs.
Guys, hold your fire for a moment. Hold your fire for a moment. Just bring in another guest
to disavow George Soros.
Okay, we'll come back to this.
No, we're not doing another guest. I can't stand George Galloway. He's literally the worst.
Expectal. What is about my doing here?
Was aware of that. I mean, I hope there is peace there. I think the mineral rights deal is both is really, I think, more of a paper tiger than anything else. I don't think that there's really much value in those rare minerals, as they're called. But if it allows for Putin to realize that there's a commitment by the United States and it causes a peace to break out, then I'm all for that. I would appreciate if the United States was not in a position of extracting other countries' resources. We have an obligation to Ukraine because of the 1993 agreement that led to Ukraine giving up the third largest nuclear arsenal in the world, that we would protect them from an invasion by Russia. And so I think there's an obligation we have. But, I think if the Ukrainian people want peace, which my sense is that they are, after 3 years of war, are probably exhausted by this, then I hope this is the fastest route to getting it.
Yeah, I mean, Benny, you and I don't necessarily agree about this, but I think we could probably all agree about Trump trying to get peace is a good thing. I like to see an American president who pursues peace, not war. I also think he's being pragmatic about...
Oh my God, no, he's not. He's literally doing a mafia-style shakedown. Are you fucking kidding me? I don't know how much of this I can take. I don't know how much of this I can handle. Like, is that basically all the Sam Seder content we're gonna get here? that basically all we get?
I agree with you. Putin is a really bad guy, but it obviously takes two or more than two. And if you follow the money, when you hear out of Zelensky's own mouth, it's like, oh, I didn't take money. I got the money in the form of weapons. Well, who got rich off the weapons? Defense contractors.
Defense contractors like Elon Musk, the world's richest man, who dropped $250 million into Donald Trump's campaign. You know, the kind of lobbying you say you're against, Jillian. God damn it. But also, if we're looking at what other stuff they got, because, you know, in addition to like the Starlink like modems and whatever, which the US government paid for, they got stuff we manufactured like 40 or 50 years ago. We literally just gave them old shit that we wanted to get rid of anyway, because we're making newer, better things now. So, like, we didn't give Ukraine money. We gave them, like, goods and services. Goods, by and large, that we paid for 40 years ago.
Okay, then what assets did Ukraine have? Well, they had the breadbasket, which was farming land second only to Iowa across the globe. It was one of their top resources. And then in 2021, there was land market reform from financial pressures due to global financial institutions, forcing them to open up that land to, guess who? Cargill, ADM, so on and so forth. So they were able to capture that resource. And then what did they have left? They had minerals left. So now Putin gets to keep, I think he has 2 territories where he'll probably hold on to those minerals. And now we're going at Sam saying there's no value. It certainly doesn't seem like the case. I haven't heard that, but I'm not an expert in this. And now we're grabbing some of those minerals. And then guess who gets to rebuild all of it? BlackRock and JP Morgan Chase. So just, I do not think it's like, it's Zelensky, it's Putin. I think it's far bigger than that.
Look, if you're going to talk about this particular conflict, Jillian, you should know something about it. And, like, you should know, again, like, Elon Musk's company was literally paid hundreds of millions of dollars for its Starlink services throughout the Ukrainian war. It's not like... it's not a secret.
Please feel free to blow holes in my conspiracy theory, but that's just how it looks to me.
You know what I've learned over the years, Jillian, is that a lot of conspiracy theories end up turning out to be true. So I'm gonna leave it there. Listen, great debate, you guys. We had the full essence of a proper free democratic society debate today, which is a good thing. So thank you all very much.
Including your drunken uncle.
Thank you.
Including my drunken uncle.
Naughty Tongue, I think you're confusing BlackRock with Blackwater. Blackwater became Academy. BlackRock is still very much around because I know because I went to their customer service page to get their contact info to get a hold of them to complain about their lobbying to Hakeem Jeffries.
And we didn't get around, sadly, to talking about Gene Hackman, who died in very sad circumstances today with his wife and his dog. And there's some pretty disturbing new reports coming out about what may have happened. We're not entirely sure. But Gene Hackman, I mean, just to say at the end of this show, one of the all-time great actors. The thing I always thought about Gene Hackman, I can't remember ever seeing him in a bad movie. Right? Every movie.
Man, thanks for that scintillating input, Piers. And Sam, thank you for your service. That couldn't have been enjoyable. Like, you came, you know, I assume looking for like an actual conversation, and what you got was clownishness. But you know what? You did good. You did good, kid. You did good. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know that we got a lot of in-depth like political content out of this or like educational content out of this, but I had a whole lot of fun. So I'm glad we covered it. I'm glad we pushed through it. I'm glad we finished it. And thank you all for watching. Folks, if we've been going for 6.5 hours. If you've been enjoying the show, hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream, and please consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, because guys, that's what makes this show possible. I could not sit here and stream for 6.5 hours until 4 o'clock in the morning without your support. It's made possible by you guys. I don't, I'm still a small channel. I don't get paid much for ads. Does not pay my rent. So you guys are what allow me to do this, and I have so much fun. And I hope you guys feel a little bit more sane in a world that feels more and more insane by the day. You keep me sane? Hell yeah, Darth Gently. That's my goal. It's my goal. Well, then you're doing your job right. True. Doing my best. What's it like in America? What would have had to change in your country for a South African to become US president? Nothing. It's the natural end state of our capitalist system. And someday, without the proper vigilance to push back against it, it can happen literally in any other capitalist country as well. It's the consolidation of wealth and the power that wealth brings that allows it to be misused to, well, not even misused, just used to destroy any kind of governmental system. In my line of thinking, this is an inevitable outcome of capital. Will you be back later today? I will indeed. I might even play a video game on stream. Who can tell? They were so afraid of Sam speaking. True, mini-me. True. Yeah, I mean, it's not even just if you let bad people come to power. Capitalism provides perverse incentives. It provides a perverse incentive structure to overthrow any kind of democratic control. You know, the quest for eternal growth is impossible to actually, fulfill, and is also deleterious to the democratic and human condition. If I had an income, I would be a member. Hell yeah, Comrade Girl. It means a lot. What song were you singing earlier? I sang Can't Take My Eyes Off of You, I believe it's called. Yeah. Can't Take My Eyes Off of You. Can we have some analog horror for my 50th birthday in 2 weeks? Yes. If with the caveat that yes is contingent on like the world not going to shit on your birthday. It's true. I didn't dance around the sports stadium. But, I'm wearing a pretty cute outfit. It's all wrinkled though, because I've been sitting weird. Folks, I'm gonna go sleep and get ready for bed. And you all have a good day, okay? I will see you all later today. Do do do.
In 1900, when the people's will is swayed by a con man's cheap charade, despite the crass misogyny and blatant hypocrisy, when the fascist voices swell, we hear echoes of the past. They vilify the immigrants, the leftists and outcasts, when the opposition croaks and the people just don't vote for the same old tired rhetoric of neoliberal politics. We must organize the fight for our universal rights, for democracy and empathy to permeate this life. For it's not the immigrant who labors for some bread, who's making us toil till we drop dead. No, it's not minorities or peer-reviewed authorities, or queer folks and trans folks, or a multitude of deities. I say all are your comrades and none are your enemies, in the momentous fight against all bourgeois priorities. Freedom is not those traditional values crafted from bigotry and classist realities. Freedom is freedom to move and disobey, to rely on one another to keep would-be kings at bay. Say none of us can stand alone against their power. We must stand together and make them cower. For the laws of this land have us used and abused, owned and subordinate to our patriarchal roots. I say it's high time we reinvent this whole operation to make mutual benefit our sole occupation. Because freedom is freedom to move and disobey, to rely on one another to keep would-be kings at bay. Say none of us can stand alone against their power. We must stand together and make them cower. Here we go. Yes, freedom is freedom to move and disobey, to rely on one another to keep would-be kings at bay. Say none of us can stand alone against their power. Rise proletariat and make them cower.